Welcome to the fourth day of the Open Doors Week at the University of Tartu. And my name is Anna Branec, and I'm going to continue being a host of our event. Today, we are planning to host 3 info sessions, which are also dedicated to master's programs. The first info session will be dedicated to the programs in law, specifically to information technology law, international law, and human rights. The second info session is going to be dedicated to business management, where we are going to introduce our programs in innovation and technology management and wellness and spa service design and management. And the third one is going to be dedicated to programs in business analysis, economics, and mathematics, and specifically our programs in quantitative economics, actuarial and financial engineering, entrepreneurship in economic policymaking are going to be introduced. So please stay with us and enjoy our last day of the Open Doors. And if you have any questions, please ask us your questions. If you are watching us from the workshop, there is an opportunity to leave your questions right next to every info session. You can actually find the bottom Q&A where you can write your questions, and if you see that your question has already been asked, you can rate this question, and then we will answer this question first. If you are watching us from YouTube or from Facebook, please leave your comments under each video, and then we are also going to try to answer these questions also online. Well, let's start with our first info session, which is dedicated to master's programs in law. And today with me on this stage, I have Lizzie Adamson, who is going to introduce our program in IT law. And I have Lauri Malkso, who is going to talk about international law and human rights. So please, Lizzie, the floor is yours. You can start your presentation about IT law.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having us here, and thank you to everyone who are joining us via the live stream. It is my utmost pleasure to introduce you today to our IT law program here at the School of Law. My name is Lizzie Adamson. As Anna just said, I'm as of this year the director of the IT law program, but I've been teaching at the program for the past 6 years, subject related to cybersecurity and information infrastructure and architecture. So why does the School of Law have a program on IT law? So in 2014, 2015, we realized that, and our president kind of at that time guided us on this path. We were thinking about the part that technology plays in our lives. When I'm teaching my courses, I always have this slide, 1 minute on internet, which shows what is actually done in the internet within 1 minute. We are talking about millions of interactions. We're talking about millions of dollars moved all over. And the impact that technology has in our lives and how it has perpetrated our lives necessitated also to take a look at the more traditional fields of study. And what our president said at that time was that we're not necessarily in the future seeing only lawyers or doctors. They need to look beyond the traditional way of studying. They need to also be specialists in information technology. When we think about law, when we think about data protection, when we think about legal tech, all of the solutions that we have created, when you want to be skilled in information technology law, you need to have technical knowledge, at least a little bit of it, but also the legal knowledge and understand how those two things merge. So when you come to the IT law program, we aim to offer you, and we are offering you, a comprehensive set of knowledge, and that includes legal knowledge, but also technical skills in IT law, because you cannot teach IT law merely on the basis of law or merely on the basis of technology. You need those two combined. We have adopted a kind of a problem-based approach to your studies, and we aim at including in every class that we have at least a part that is dedicated to solving real-life situations. You're going to be learning from the best IT law experts in Estonia, but also internationally. We have IT law experts from the best law firms, from the prosecutor's office, from the MITRE Corporation from the US. This year, we're going to have a lecturer from Microsoft. So you're going to be truly learning from the experts. It is a very practical program that brings in these people to teach you what do they know. And it is also an opportunity for you to build your network for future ambitions, because our lecturers are practitioners. This is also your way to build your network. And as a graduate of the IT law program, you can work in multiple scenarios. You can, or in multiple organizations. You can work in law firms, you can work in IT companies as an in-house counsel, you can work in state offices, such as ministries, you can work in international organizations or consulting firms. So the options that you have are really endless and very varied. And in that sense, you will be the one to practice a new kind of law. So our master's program in IT law takes you 1 year to complete. It has several specialization courses in IT law, and those are divided in kind of 2 groups. So you have technical subjects and you have legal subjects. But all of those courses combine our kind of integrated approach of providing you technical as well as legal knowledge. We have several optional courses that we've created for you. I will talk about them in a little bit. You will also go through practical training in IT law in the form of a legal clinic. And this, because this is also a 1 year program, you, instead of having to do a master's thesis, you're going to have a master's exam that's divided in 3 parts that allows you to kind of go through the master's exam throughout the year. So a little bit about the contents of the program. So as I said, we have a set of technical subjects that give you that basic technical knowledge in order to understand the legal issues. We have a course on artificial intelligence and law. We have a course on information infrastructure and architecture, which explains to you how the technological world works and what is the legal regulation attached to it. You have a course on introduction to programming, where you get to write your first pieces of code. It is not meant for you to become somehow a developer, but it's an introductory course for you to understand what does it mean to write code and understand thereby the legal problems and the legal questions better. You also have an introductory course to information security, which covers all the bases from cryptography to public e-services. And then you have a specific course on public e-services that looks into how information technology is used and adopted in the public sector. When we talk about the technical subjects, then we have one optional course to offer for you, which is Fundamentals of ICT. It is a optional course mainly because not all students need it. But if you feel like you don't have the basic knowledge, we have an optional course for you. So don't be scared about that. And then we have legal subjects, which take the knowledge that you've gotten from your technical subjects and incorporate them while discussing all of the different legal aspects of IT law. So we have a course on privacy and data protection, e-commerce and IT contracts. We have an IP course, so intellectual property protection. We have cyber defense and international cybersecurity. We have digital evidence, computer forensics and cybercrime. And then we have one course, which is, I believe it's very special in the context of university studies, because the course Legal Steps in IPR Intensive Enterprise Lifecycle basically takes you through from the birth of let's shorten it into a startup, from the birth of a startup to basically the death of a startup, and all the legal questions and steps that a company like Wise or Pipedrive would take from the creation of the company to the consolidation of the company. Here, when we talk about legal subjects, we also have 2 optional courses for you. One is Human Rights and Information Technology that takes a human rights look at IT law questions. And as of this year, we have a new course on competition law and market regulation in digital economy, which is actually taught by a lecturer from the European Commission. So the technical and the legal subjects are intended to reinforce each other. Of course, we cannot, within a 1-year program, we cannot cover everything, but we've covered and we've selected the pivotal moments that every IT law lawyer should be aware of. And the point of the program is not necessarily to delve super deep into each and every question, but rather to create your interest in some specific questions where you would go, so this is what I want to know more about. I will go and research this. Or this is the field where I want to work in, and I will go and do this. So we've had students who have worked at a prosecution office before. They've delved into some of the courses in the program, and now they're working in the field of cybersecurity, for example. So it allows you a small peek into all of these different topics and allows you to kind of make an informed decision of what you're interested in and what you would like to pursue further. So the IT law program, as I said, it's a very expert-based program. It brings together a lot of different people. It brings together people from law firms, from Estonian public sector, from the Computer Science Institute, from the Estonian Bar Association, from MITRE Corporation in the US. And all of those people are there to impart their knowledge on you. They're there to help you take the next step in your educational road, but why not even on your career path moving forward? So that is the academic part of the program. Every year we're bringing together around 20 very motivated people who every year the cohort just creates a very tight-knit group who are working towards one goal. The 1-year program is definitely a very intense 1 year that we're going to take from your lives, but every student has said after that it's worth it. If you have some time left over from your academic studies, we're also offering several extracurricular activities for you. So you have possibility to take part in various moot courts. So we have the Helsinki Information Law moot court, we have the Cyber 912 challenge. So all of those options are open for you. We help our students also to create their network by visiting several IT companies or state agencies. So we're taking small field trips from Tartu, where your studies are going to be taking place, to Tallinn. As of this spring semester, we are starting an IT law podcast where all of the students can talk to the experts in their field of interest about topics that are interesting to them, so look out for that. And of course, we're aiming to organize you several student activities, either by the law school and the IT law program, or general student activities organized in Tartu. So you have culture nights, you have student days, but we're also organizing several movie nights, Christmas lunch, a winter hike in the nature. So we're aiming to make your year here as memorable as possible. So if you're interested in the IT law program, then feel free to contact us in any of the ways that you're seeing on the screen. Write directly to me, write to us on Twitter, on Facebook. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some of you here next year.
Thank you very much, Liisi, for introducing your program and for providing so many contacts, even possibility to contact you even via social media. Thank you very much. I would like to remind our participants that if you have any questions to IT law, please leave your question. This is the best place to ask your questions right now, because after the last presentation is done, we are going to answer your questions. And right now I'm going to give a floor to Lauri, who is going to introduce international law and human rights.
So hello everybody also from me. I'm Lauri Melksoo and I work as professor of international law at the University of Tartu. So I'm not a program manager per se, but I'm one of those faces, if you come to study with our program, whom you would meet during your study process. There are at least two main differences compared to the previous program, namely in IT law, in our program. And one of them concerns the length of study. In our one, the international law and human rights is a 2 years full master's program. And secondly, which is not mentioned on that slide, but it is based. It's one of the few programs of the University of Tartu that is actually not based in Tartu, but it is in Estonia's capital, Tallinn. And that creates a different kind of synergy for this program. What we teach, I think you can see on the slides the technical side of it, how we structure our components of what will be studied. Here another difference compared to the IT law program is that we actually do have this master thesis in that form, not just we don't have a master exam. We have the program ends with an academic original piece of writing. Of course, we would guide you in this process and teach you the skills to write such a thesis and supervise you, but it's still, in that sense, this is part of the requirement, what is going to happen there. That is very close to Tallinn's one of the central squares. The Freedom Square is the current building of the law school operating in Tallinn. But this is all super important practical information. You need to understand that in order to orient yourselves. 2 years in Tallinn, master thesis. But perhaps the main question should be, why study international law and human rights? Why do it in Estonia? And my answer is look around, listen to the news, read the newspaper. You will see that again, international law is on everybody's mind, violations of international law. How can we relate to these things? We can also relate to these things by becoming more knowledgeable about these things, by not just being consumers of this information, but also being able to say, wait a moment, I actually have studied those things. I know that this is like this, and this is my opinion to it. We highlight human rights in the title of our master program, although of course from the perspective of classical international law, human rights law is just one of the parts of international law. And we do it on purpose, partly because we have great scholars teaching human rights and human rights law, such as Associate Professor Merilin Kiviorg and lecturer Katre Luhamaa or lecturer Anna Markkina. People who have studied human rights from their own academic angles for quite many years and have a lot to say on these things. But the political context is also that in our geopolitical neighborhood, we also have countries who say that human rights are overemphasized in Western international legal discourse, that they shouldn't be so important. International law is mainly about state sovereignty and states' rights. So I guess the decision to also highlight human rights within international law, in a way you could say it's also a statement about where this place belongs to. Other than that, as you know, University of Tartu is one of the oldest in the region, 632, and international law is a very old field at the university. So to give you just one example, when the Great Nordic War breaks out in 1700, the arguments that are made on the Swedish side in this war, including the legal arguments, international law arguments, they are made by a Tartu professor. Or our law school has produced, famous foreign ministers of Estonia, also as professors of international law. So, or in the 19th century, some of the leading legal positivists in Europe in international law were our professors. So a lot of history to build on and legacy in a way to carry with us. Our student body is very international, as you can see from this slide. We really have people from quite different places, and let me tell you, this makes great interactions in the classroom. I was just 2 days ago, I was teaching this semester's first class in an elective course on Russian approaches to international law and human rights, and we made a first introductory round of everyone, and it is so fascinating to see how everyone brings in something also very personal that comes from their countries, from their backgrounds, in the light of the present Russian war against Ukraine, I mean. So everyone is welcome. We have, of course, admission interviews in which we want to learn about your, background. We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us, to see that we are actually really interested in who you are and what you want to study these things for. So you can be sure that these 2 years in our program will be a lot of time for us to get to know each other really, really well. So you would be interested in our master program, but there are other things that our, let's say, group of scholars does in addition, and you may want to check out some of these things in order to see what the atmosphere is. We are having a summer school in Estonia's coastal town Pärnu at the University of Tartu, Pärnu College. This coming summer it will already take place for the 10th time. We have kind of Zoom conversations series called Tartu International Law Conversations. The last speaker was Professor Pierre Dargent, who is currently president of the European Society of International Law and oftentimes counsel at the International Court of Justice. By the way, on this topic, in the course International Dispute Settlement in our program is actually taught by a person, Daniel Kasik, who has spent a year at the International Court of Justice as a judicial fellow there. Just some days ago, students of our program won the Estonian round of the famous JESUP International Law Moot Court competition. So there are other side activities like this. And just as Liisi said before me, you can also follow us in social media or get in touch with us. the deadline of submitting applications, if you are interested in as you know, is 15 of March. I guess that one is not the correct deadline. This must be from previous year. So from wherever you are, we are really curious about entering into this conversation with you, into this learning process with you about international law and human rights. And we think that University of Tartu, although our program is not in Tartu but in the capital city Tallinn, is a very good place to study these things. It's a region, a neighborhood where history is happening, not only in good ways, unfortunately, but you will not regret coming to study with us in our 2 years master program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauri, and thank you very much for introducing your program. Especially this program is very much needed nowadays, considering political situations as well. And yes, so apply, don't forget about the application deadline. And if you have any questions, then it's right time to ask when Professor Lauri Malksoo can answer the questions. And especially if you're interested in curriculum or any courses that are taught, you can get like the first-hand answers right now. All right, I think it's time to start our Q&A session, and we have received already some questions. And the first question is going to be to Lise about IT law. So the first semester of MA in IT law will be fully in person, or also are there any possibilities of online alternatives?
So, considering the times and I think the times that we've had in the past 2 years, we've learned a lot about online studies and what are the benefits and the negative sides of it. So, we are trying our best to continue with face-to-face studies this autumn as well. This past academic year has shown us that we can have success even in times of COVID. What we've done in the past, in the past 2 years, is that we've offered the online option for the first month of September for everyone to get here if needed, quarantine, etc., etc. But after that, we are continuing with face-to-face studies. Of course, we're taking into account the epidemiological situation, and if hopefully not, but if things get worse, then we're always in the we always have the possibility to move everything online, but we've seen also the impact that the online studies have had on students, and that's why the university and the IT law program has now decided that for the foreseeable future, we're continuing everything face-to-face.
Thank you very much. So I have a follow-up question. Should I apply for Visa D or should I apply for residence permit if I want to study IT law? If you maybe know, or if you not, we can also advise our participant to contact study info at ut.ee, student visa support at ut.ee. This is our department who is helping with all of the questions regarding visas or any legal advices of moving and relocating to Estonia.
So we have seen both options being used because this is a 1-year program. The easiest way is the D visa. The residence permit takes a little bit longer, and if you don't, in that sense, if you want to go for the residence permit, you need to start applying for it quite early to be able to make it here in the beginning of September for the studies. So both are possible. Our students have used both. It depends really on what your future plans are. If you just come here for the program, D visa will suffice you for a year. If you have any further ideas, then maybe go for the residence permit. But as said, the student visa support will help you with making the best decision which one to go for.
Thank you very much. Next question is to Lauri. and it's about internship. So where can I conduct the internship, and if the university is helping, and maybe you have any examples where students actually conducting the internship.
Yeah, that's that's also a good question. Because internship is also part of what we require during these 2 years, and our pedagogical philosophy is that we do not bring this internship opportunity to you on a plate. We let you do your own research to see, there is big diversity in terms of what people choose. Some of them go even back to their own countries for this 1.5 months or something, to do something what is close to their heart. I'm not going to lie to you, Tallinn or Estonia is not as big a seat of international organizations as Vienna or The Hague or Geneva or New York. You have I don't know, some EU-related institutions there. Also, I think foreign citizens cannot do so easily internship, for example, in Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which Estonian citizens can. There are NGOs. So I have personally transmitted some internship requests to the Estonian Institute of Human Rights, for example. And, we can help with support letters to whatever you choose. But in the end, it also boils down at money. I mean, I as a student myself, had a chance in 1999 to do a 3-month internship in the legal department of the United Nations in Manhattan. But it was Mr. Soros who helped to pay for it. And that was this kind of time that we Estonians were lucky to get these kind of opportunities. And, it is not always possible to pay these kind of opportunities from one's own pocket. This is also true.
Thank you very much. Since we already touched this topic, Liisi, maybe you can also comment if internship is compulsory for your program as well.
So we don't have a compulsory like a 1.5 month long internship, but we do have a compulsory course of practical training in IT law. And what that means is basically, it is like a not a full internship, but what you will be doing in that course is finding your own clients, who are usually startups, and providing them with legal assistance and legal advice. And so that course basically acts as throughout the spring semester, as kind of a mini internship for the students, where they will find their own clients. They will map their legal asks, questions, problems. They will provide them with legal advice. And that has oftentimes led to also students being offered jobs or more or longer internships with the companies. So that acts as a kind of an incubator for their future careers as well.
Thank you very much. Next question is to international law and human rights. So it's about master's theses. Could you please provide some examples of master theses that were defended at this program?
Oh wow! Now you're really challenging my memory. But let me then think of some students who have written their thesis under my supervision. So one person and actually her thesis or article based on her thesis will this fall be published in a publication called the Baltic Yearbook of International Law, which is published at the Dutch publisher Brill, one of the 3 big publishers in international law, is by a young Russian scholar who studied in our program, and it deals with the indigenous people's rights in Russia. So what are those rights? What is the international legal framework? What is the Russian domestic legal framework? Another student who is from Armenia is currently in our PhD program in international law, and she started out with a master thesis on how how the right of peoples to self-determination is conceived of in the post-Soviet space in Russia and the neighboring countries, and made a study on that. But and we have. You know, some students try to. We have a very strong intellectual property law professor in Tartu. Some people try to combine human rights or international law with intellectual property related aspects. One of the most prominent scholars in our program is Associate Professor Rene Värk, who just spent a year in a UN-mandated military mission in Mali, and he's Estonia's foremost expert in international humanitarian law in things related to war. Merilin Kiviorg is supervising a lot of theses on human rights-related issues, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. We have also some questions about admission criteria in the air, so maybe we can clear the air right now and talk what are the admission criteria for IT law, and then.
Yes, so in order for you to be eligible to come and study with us, you need to have a master's degree already, or you need to have at least a 4-year bachelor's degree. And accompanying that, you need to have a sufficient level of English knowledge as well. So these two are the big things.
Sorry, there is a follow-up question as well about pre-required courses, if there are any.
So we don't have any pre-required courses. You just need to fulfill those two criteria. So a master's degree or 4-year bachelor and sufficient level of English.
Thank you. Lauri, what about your program?
So yeah, the difference once again being that it's enough that you have 3 years of bachelor studies, but the key word is that there has to be a legal component in your bachelor studies. It doesn't always have to be law as such, but there has to be a certain amount of law-related courses from those three years. I think the amount is even established, but I'm afraid my memory might fail me to tell you the exact number. In any case, you know, because it's going to be a law degree. Law is a serious matter. Lawyers want to be sure that only lawyers can be called lawyers. So you need some previous courses in law from your bachelor studies, and the requirements, as we decided to do those. Interview will be a part of the process in Zoom, how we figure these things out. But of course, we want to, this thing with writing the master thesis, your English needs to be in a certain level. Things like that. We want to see that you have both the motivation as well as the level that is required to study in this program.
Thank you.
I would do a quick follow-up that a difference between us two is then the fact also that for us, you need to have a degree in law. So the master's or the 4-year bachelor requirement pertains to your law degrees.
But in any case, if you have any questions about admission requirements, it is also possible to visit the program pages, and it's written there, for example, the number of, pre-required courses for international law and human rights, or pre-required qualifications, for example, for IT law as well. So there is also a question about scholarships in the air. So maybe, Lisa, you can tell about the scholarships that are offered by your program.
Yes, so in general, the program is a paid program, but we every year have a limited number of scholarships. So those numbers have been 5 scholarships for people from the EU or EEA countries and Switzerland, and then 1 scholarship for everyone else. How are those scholarships then afforded? It's based on, it's based on the admission ranking, basically. So you will, when you apply for the program, you will go through the whole procedure. We will grade your motivation letter. You will go through the interview, and then a table is formed where the best performing candidates then are offered those scholarships.
Thank you very much, Lauri.
And I think it's the same with our program, with this best performing scholar. Overall, I must say though that we don't have that many scholarships. So the idea is that if you take it, think about how you can how can you fund your studies, your stay in Estonia for 2 years in terms of tuition, in terms of living costs. So I know students in our program have found things on their own also from Estonia. I think Archimedes or what they are called, but we do not mediate those. If you will turn to us and say that, hey, can you help us with the scholarship? We don't really do that. So, and finally, there might be some special arrangements. Don't know how quickly they are applicable, but especially with respect to Ukraine, I think it's at least there is a perspective of maybe more funding in this regard.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there is a very related question. What is the tuition fee for international law and human rights?
Isn't it in those slides? Do you know
I think it's the same for all international programs. So it's 3,800 euros per year, I guess, right?
Yes, I just checked the program page. It's 3,800 euros per year. Yeah. Sorry, next.
And I encourage to, I want to be fully frank about this. We have had, and I think it's fair. It's part of the Estonian culture is we address issues frankly. It's not in your interest either to come here and discover that actually, you don't have these funds. So in this sense, we don't want to discover it all in September that actually, it's not possible to do that study for these reasons.
Mm-hmm. There is also a bit related question. Can I work and study at the same time? And maybe if you would recommend this or not. Maybe Lisi, you can start.
So our program is 1 year long. It is, as I've said before, it's quite intensive, but our studies are taking place Thursday to Saturday. So we've had every year plenty of students who are working and studying at the same time because it isn't taking up your whole week. It is definitely possible to do that. If you have the time, the funds, of course, the best thing is to fully concentrate on your studies, but it is definitely possible to do both. And we have lots of students, for example, from Estonian ministries or telecom companies who are doing their daily jobs, and then they're in school from Thursday to Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Lauri?
And in our case, I know that several students work as well. It sometimes does create little tensions because it depends on your workplace. It depends on what they require from you, and not all workplaces are super flexible that you can really only go when the lectures are over. So I mean the teaching staff, we are not super happy if we have to negotiate this constantly, that someone says that, today at 12 o'clock I cannot come to class because of this other commitment. We still want this to be, a priority. But I know that, for a number of people, it makes work. It does work out. They manage to find it. And in the end, I'm also a realist. I was lucky in my youth to be paid by Soros, but, who is going to pay for these studies or for those living costs? Somehow this needs to be figured out. So we try to be as flexible as much we can. But because we are serious scholars in the program. It's not a fake program in the sense that money is not all the thing we are interested in. We want you to be there. We want you to study, and we will not tolerate, in this sense, anything else.
Thank you very much. So studies should be your priority if you're planning to work. So the next question is to IT law. I'm an international perspective master of law student. I want to understand what Tartu and Estonia is like for African students who want to explore the opportunities in Estonia as a leading technology hub. I want to get a master of laws in IT and come back to work as a data protector, lawyer, practitioner.
Okay. Tartu as Tartu and Tartu University as a learning environment. I think Tartu in general is a very it's a small city, but it's a very multicultural city because we have a lot of international programs, as you've seen probably in the past 3 days, right? In that sense, from our perspective, Tartu has been really welcoming to foreign students, to African students, to Asian students, to American students. So in that sense, Tartu is it takes care of you, and there's a community, and in that sense, I think it's a lovely place to study. Now, what will you do after your studies? The Estonian, so if you want to work in a law firm, for example, you can work there as a lawyer, but if you don't have sufficient Estonian qualifications, you would not qualify for the Bar Association. However, we have had a lot of students, because Estonian talent is a hub for all sorts of smaller and bigger technology companies. A lot of our students, be they foreign or Estonian, have been hired as in-house counsels, as paralegals, as legal engineers in legal tech companies. So in that sense, there are ample opportunities. It's just, I think it depends a lot on the person and on the student. So how are you going to leverage that 1 year for your future and for your future network? And if you manage to do that, then there are ample opportunities here in Estonia as well, and ample companies who would hire a person who's qualified in IT law and can manage those complex questions.
And if I may quickly add to that, it's funny. Probably our programs are in some ways more similar than we think, because sometimes when I go for a little walk with my dog in Tallinn, I meet graduates from our international law and human rights program, and they tell me also how they work in WISE now and how they work in Bolt as legal counsel and so on. So it's probably tapping the same labor market for the ones who stay in Estonia.
We actually have a question about staying in Estonia after graduation. So actually it's for international law and human rights. So if I can stay in Estonia after graduation and find a work in Estonia. So I guess you already have covered a little bit this question.
Yeah, I guess the honest answer is that it happens. We don't regulate that, but it depends on the person. We are not able to give out a promise that this happens, but I think it depends on you. But based on the examples which I see, is that it's definitely possible.
Thank you very much. Also, there are some questions, of course, about motivation letter. So how to write a good motivation letter? What would you like to see in the motivation letter? So maybe we can also comment on this, because many applicants are really concerned about this, and they consider motivation letter as the hardest part of their application process. So Liisi, you can...
So yes, your motivation letter. So what's the point of the motivation letter and interview? And I think we align here when we say we want to get to know you, when we want to see your true motivation to be part of the program. So whether it's international law and human rights or IT law, what needs to shine through in the motivation letter is why you're interested in the field. And what we've seen students, at least on our part, what we've seen students do in previous years is that they don't know what to write in the motivation letter, and then they just start copying all the things that we're teaching in the program and saying, I'm interested in all of these things. And they magically align with all of the courses that we're teaching. So use the motivation letter to tell us who you are, why you're interested in IT law. What's the one thing in the field of IT law that you're right now feeling most passionate about? And why would you want to come to study at our program? So in that sense, make your motivation letter so that it shines through who you are and why you're interested. Don't just copy things or just generically, basically tell us what your resume already tells us. Show us why you're interested in the field.
If I may add to that, motivation letter is really super important because it's really a kind of personalized part of information from what we can learn about you. Because over the years, I have learned and understood, for example, that different countries have different grading cultures. In some countries, it's easier to get an A than in some other countries. I've noticed there are countries in which everybody gets A all the time, and sometimes some of the students, they are suddenly disappointed. In what sense did I get a C in this course? And that is, that was because it was also a shift of culture in a way. But you can learn a lot from a motivation letter. Even the fact whether the person made effort at all, because I've seen throughout the years motivation letters that are made copy-paste. I don't know. I've seen even random texts being taken from internet and presented as motivation letter, and this is a chance for you to tell, because already what you have studied previously, what you want to study next, is a choice in a way. And yes, there are still a number of choices. By the way, some students apply to both of our programs, and then if they get admitted to both, then they will have to, choose in the end which one do they prefer. But explain your choice, explain your preference. Why did you become a lawyer in the first place if you could have become a doctor? We want to know.
Thank you very much. I guess we will take last question because we are running out of time, but this is quite a big question as well. As you can see from the questions, it's about interviews. So how to prepare for the interview and what should I expect from it? Maybe Lizzie, if you can start.
So our interviews take all place online. And it follows a certain procedure. So there are always going to be 3 people there at the interview. So there is going to be the program director and then 2 experts who are both teaching at the program as well. There's a verification process that you will go through, and then it's a kind of a free-flowing discussion where part of the discussion is going to ask for your motivation, your plans, how well thought through your decision to want to study at the program really is. So if you're, for example, working, we will ask you, so what does your employer think about this? Have you talked to them about you're going to do both? If you're moving from abroad to Estonia, so what are your plans? How are you going to fund it? And then there's going to be a part that focuses on kind of the content questions, right? So when I said in the motivation letter, explain to us who you are, why are you interested in IT law, what are the most pressing issues in IT law, then we're going to ask questions about those things. So it really quickly becomes clear in the interview round if you, for example, haven't written your motivation letter yourself or you haven't really thought through, because we really want to understand through the interview also who you are. And if you, for example, say in your motivation letter that the biggest issue in IT law right now are cyber attacks, and I ask you about a recent cyber attacks against Ukraine, and then you don't know anything about it, then it's going to raise a few questions. So basically, we're not testing you on your knowledge, but we want you to explain who you are, what are you going to do here, and how aware you are of the field right now.
And if I may add to that, what you said all more or less applies to our interviews as well. I think it's also a great way to sort of get to know each other already, to make the first step in that, because let's see, it's not really the same through electronic documents. We want to see the person behind, and we want you to see us, because in the end you also have to decide, do I want to go to this country, do I want to go to this city? So you also have to decide, do I like, would I like to be in the company of those teachers? So and we think it's kind of fair from our side as well to kind of introduce ourselves in such ways. And it was already previously said that the interview as part of this process has one of its significance is that in the end who did the best also might get a stipend, for example. But it's surely also, if someone wrote great papers but hardly speaks English during the interview, this is also a warning signal for us maybe to consider.
Thank you very much for your answers, for great tips to our potential students. Unfortunately, we run out of time. We tried to take as many questions as possible, but if you still have any questions to our presenters, I would recommend you to contact them separately. And thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for asking all of your questions. And please don't leave us right after this session, because in a few, we will have a short break, and then we will continue with the student discussion. And we will have students from these programs, and they are going to share their experience. And especially since these two programs are located in Tartu and Tallinn, so it would be a very interesting discussion among students as well. Thank you very much, our dear presenters, for coming today, for presenting your programs, and see you in a while.
Hi, and welcome back to the Open Doors Week. We're going to be starting with a student discussion round now. My name is Vincent. I will be the moderator. I'm joined by two wonderful students here from our law programs. If you guys would like to go ahead and introduce yourself. Delphine, if you'd like to start.
Yes, so my name is Delphine. I'm a second-year student in the master's program of International Law and Human Rights.
And my name is Sophia, and I'm a student of the master program, International Information Technology Law at Tartu University. I'm a first-year student since it's only 1 year program.
Awesome, and I want to thank you guys again for joining us today and answering some questions for us. So we'll just jump right in, I guess. First, I'd want to ask you guys, why the University of Tartu? Why did you guys decide to come here instead of maybe somewhere else?
I can start. I found a very good and suitable program for me. So firstly, I was looking for a IT law program, not for the city or a country. And then when I found IT law program at Tartu University, I liked it a lot, and that's why I applied for a program.
Excellent.
I guess it's pretty similar for me. I was looking for a master's in English, in international law and human rights, and I found this master's degree, and it looked perfect for me, and so yeah,
Right.
I applied.
Awesome. Yeah. So Sophia, you said that you weren't really specifically looking for the city or the country. Now that you've ended up in Tartu, how do you like living in the city here, and how do you like, being in Tartu?
Actually, I like it very much. And while I was searching for a program, I had a look at different programs in Luxembourg and even in Great Britain. But I really liked this one a lot. And then when I saw that this program is conducted in a Tartu city, which is not very big, but when I came here, I was very amazed how it's comfortable to live here. I like the community, people, and most of all, nature. Mm-hmm. So I really enjoy living here.
Yeah, I do as well. And Delphine, I know you're from Tallinn, correct?
I'm not from Tallinn, but I live in Tallinn.
Live in Tallinn, okay.
Yes, I'm from France.
Oh,
yeah.
My apologies.
It's okay.
But how do you like Tartu in general?
I do enjoy Tartu. I come here. Well, it's my third time being in Tartu. So the rest of the time I'm in Tallinn, and to me, I enjoy living in a city. Well, I've told people that for me, Tallinn is very small and quiet, but I guess for most Estonian, that's not the case.
Yeah,
but,
so when you come down to Tartu, it's even smaller and quieter.
Yes, but it's nice to enjoy some peace and quiet and relax and take walks in nature.
Awesome, yeah, for sure. So based on your guys' programs, what would you guys say is the hardest part about the law programs here at the University of Tartu? I know there might be a lot of hard things, but Delphine, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Well, I guess it depends on your specific interest and what you have studied previously. The first year has several mandatory courses. There is one in public international law where you will view all the basic principles, knowledge, and law. And then there is the human rights course. There is a course in history and theory of international law. I would say to me, this one was one of the most challenging course because it's not something I've studied in France, not specifically and not from this point of view, which is in Estonia we have the West and the East and have a broad understanding of international law and different theories. So I guess that was the most challenging, but also the most interesting.
All right. Sophia, what would you say is the hardest part about your program?
IT Law master program is 1-year program, which means it's very intensive. So we really are engaged into learning and studying every day. We have lots of practical sessions. So I find it to be one of the hardest part. And also, it's not as hard, but as I would say challenging. It's IT. So this program, why it's unique? Because it gives you IT knowledge. Yeah. So this is where I truly understood what it really means to become an IT lawyer. Because it's my second master degree, so I already have master degree in international law, but here we had lots of courses in IT, such as programming, infrastructure, and architecture, information security. So this IT part is also not easy, but it's good. It's very challenging, but interesting at the same time.
So maybe for some students that might be looking at your program, do you have any tips or maybe some prior knowledge that you would would have liked had before you came to the program?
Knowledge, I would rather say skills. I would recommend the future applicants to have this motivation to try to learn fast, read fast, and adapt fast, because this is what you will need here. As besides of studying curriculum, we have many extracurricular activities which they also can participate. For instance, moot courts and other competitions, but not other prior knowledge is required, as you will learn a lot, and maybe it's better to learn from scratch than to relearn later.
Yeah, definitely. And Delphine, do you have any maybe tips or secrets to success for people that are coming to do your program?
I don't know if I have any specific tips and tricks.
Yeah, nothing that you're going to pull out of the back pocket here.
Well, I think it's being able to read fast and learn fast, as you said. There is a lot of mandatory reading, as is to be expected in a law program. So it's being able to taking a lot of information and form a reasoning based on it. In, for example, human rights class, there are lectures where you have a lot of material to read, and then you have this practical aspect where you will have a small case, and you will be divided in two groups. One group will be with the defendant and one for the state, and then you have to argue as a lawyer based on what you learned in the lecture, based on your reading, and being able to assess the situation, apply what you learned, and form an argumentation based on that.
And also, if I may add, public speaking. This is what lawyers need. Communication skills are also welcomed.
Yeah. So you guys would say there's lots of discussion-based kind of learning, as well as doing more paper kind of stuff like that and exams.
Yes, it's both, I would say. I don't know exactly about your program, but for me, we've had a lot of discussions, and the professor really encouraged you to form your own argumentation, opinions, and being able to have a justified reasoning, and as much orally with presentations and discussions and debates, as much as in writing with research papers and essays and so on, and of course the thesis.
Yeah, so I know, Sophia, you mentioned kind of opportunities outside of class briefly, but would you like to expand on that? Like, you guys are talking about these discussions you have in class. Is this something that you guys expand on outside of class or do in extracurriculars?
Yes, actually, this is starting. I think it's the only thing that we are talking outside the class when we meet with our schoolmates, because lots of things going on. And one of the most exciting extracurriculum activity on my program is that students are welcome to participate in Helsinki Information IT Moot Court. I think it's a great opportunity for lawyers. It's a competition between universities, and our university was a winner last year. So this is, it's a great competition that our students can take part. And also we can participate in competitions in cyber defense. Those two are the main ones that I would definitely recommend, even though the program is very intense, and to participate in those things, it would not be easy, but it would definitely pay off in the future.
Yeah, awesome. Delphine, any extracurriculars you do? And it doesn't have to specifically be tied to your program. If there's anything that you just really like that the university offers, or something around Tartu, you guys can also expand on that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there is the Moot Courts, which my classmate have participated in, and they actually won the national rounds. And I'm a student representative, and with one of my classmates, we've been trying to create some events to gather students together, because since we are in Tallinn, it's different. It's not a student city, of course, so it doesn't have this feeling. But it doesn't mean that we can't have this sense of community between students. And we also have a lot of opportunities being in Tallinn. And I also had the opportunity to found a journal with one of my classmates. The professors have been very supportive of that, and we'll be publishing the first issue before the end of the semester.
Before the end of the semester. Awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. Now, you guys, I know that, Sophia, you said your program was very intense, and Delphine, your program does sound pretty intense to me as well. Do you guys, maybe just based on your classmates or yourself, do you think that there's time to work or do internships outside of your prescribed program?
Yes. I worked before I came here, and I continued working as well after I started my program here. Of course, it wasn't full-time engagement anymore, but I continued working online for part-time. And yes, we also had some offers for internships that we could do because the program is structured the way that we have classes 3 days a week. It's almost full days of classes, but other 4 days are left for our self-studying, self-reading. So if you manage your time well, if you have a good time management skills, I think you can do pretty much everything, even some fun stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And Delphine, what about you? Same perspective, or?
Yes, I would say it's doable to work. I know some classmates who do work during their time doing the masters. I would say it's more of a challenge than for you, because especially during the very first semester, there are 4 mandatory classes, so your schedule will be more booked. It is doable, but it is difficult. For the internship, I would recommend doing it during the summer. That's what I've done. So it's 1.5 months, and then during the summer, since you're free from classes, you can do whatever you want with your time.
Awesome. So when you guys do finish your degrees here, what are your plans for after you finish? Delphine, do you want to start us off?
Sure.
Or maybe you can expand on some options that maybe some people might be thinking of as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm thinking of doing a PhD, actually. I've already made an application, so I know.
Here?
Yeah,
no worries.
Well, it's just because my thesis is not based on this region, but I plan on applying it here too.
Great.
And yes, then I plan on hopefully continuing in academia, and we'll see where that takes me.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Sophia, how about yourself?
I plan to work full time. I want to practice law in information technology and intellectual property field. I was also thinking about PhD, but maybe later. So after I finish my studying, I plan to work full time.
Okay, awesome. So you guys are both international students here as well as myself. So I kind of wanted to ask, what is the most Estonian thing you've done here? Like, what is maybe some like tradition you've participated in, or some wacky food you've tried? Maybe we'll go a little lighter here. So
I can start. When I came here at the end of August, my friend, she's been living in Tallinn for 5 years already, and she invited me for this goodbye summer tradition.
Jaanipäev, or?
I think so, when there is a fire.
Yeah, the Jaanipäev.
And I think that was like the most exciting thing that happened to me, because I came and I saw so many people, and they were united by this tradition. And this is when I felt like not home, but I felt very cozy, and I was like, yeah, I like this country. I want to stay here.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy Jaanipäev, and everybody's very welcoming when you do participate in it. It's just trying to get you to try every single food and everything. So, Delphine, how about yourself?
Well, I would say it's similar to your experience. In the summer, it's the days get longer and longer, so enjoying being with friends and seeing, well, there is almost no sunset, and enjoying the summer, and then trying to cope with the dark winter.
Yeah, okay. And have you guys traveled to any places in Estonia that might be a little bit further off the map? Maybe not just to Tallinn or Tartu, maybe one of the islands, one of the lesser known cities?
I traveled to Pärnu, and I like it so much. And I also want to travel to Saaremaa Islands very much. This is on my list, so hopefully I will manage to do it.
Yeah, I've been to different places in the countryside, but there was no name, so I wouldn't be able to tell you where exactly it was. But it was very nice to be outside of the city and see the countryside and see how different it can be from your hometown, I guess.
Yeah.
And also alpacas farm. I visited last autumn, and I don't know, they're just the sweetest animals I saw in my life. And we even there is a map there, and I was that was discovery for me to find out that so many people from around the world has been there So I put also Mark from my city. I like it a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool places. I know you mentioned you love like the nature here and everything, so that's also one of my favorite parts. So we're getting a little short on time here, but I have one more question for you guys. Do you maybe have a one-liner or maybe just something small to say, just summing up your experience at the University of Tartu or about your program or just anything you'd like to say?
Enjoy every minute of being here. Make friends because even lawyers can make friends. Try to make most of it because time really flies very fast. And just do some fun as well because those are your student years and more or less they're truly the best. So just stay tuned, study hard, make friends and do some fun. That's what I would recommend to our future students.
I think that's a great recommendation. Delphine, do you have one for us?
Yeah, you summed it up pretty well. I would say, yeah, take every opportunity you can get, and whether it be with friends or with the university, and try to make the most of it.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for taking your time to come and talk with me today and share your experience with everybody watching on the live stream. But that is going to do it for this discussion round. There are going to be more programs, more discussions rounds for the Open Doors Week coming up later. So please stick around and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Welcome back to our next info session that is dedicated to our master's programs in business administration. And today we are going to introduce two of our programs, which are Innovation and Technology Management and Wellness and Spa Service and Design Management. And today with me on this stage, I have Yulia Trapskaya, who is going to talk about innovation and technology management. And also I have online Kai Thomasberg, who is going to introduce wellness and spa management and design. And Kai is joining us online because the program is located in Pärnu, so she is connecting to this info session from Pärnu. I also would like to remind you that we are going to have a Q&A session at the end of this info session and this webinar. So I would encourage you to leave your questions because this is a perfect time to ask your questions from program managers, and then we are going to answer these questions online. So right now I'm going to give a floor to Yulia to our first presentation that is going to be about innovation and technology management. Yulia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you a lot. So welcome. And I'm going to talk about master's program, Innovation and Technology Management. So the location is Tartu University, and I would like to start with a few words about Delta Center. It's really home to ITM, and the building is new, very comfortable. It's situated in Tartu, near the river and near the city center, which is very cute and very old, so you can reach it by foot in few minutes. I believe that really the environment is important. And let's move to the program itself. It's master's program, and we have 15 tuition waivers available. The duration of the program, like regular, 2 years, and it's full-time studies. The whole courses are in Tartu, but of course there are some possibility to take some courses online, which is important today. And I should add here that regardless it's full-time studies, our students always have opportunity to work, and really it is important. So the program is a child of two, I would say, direction, business and economics from the one side, and IT from the other side. So it's really, I think, important mix of these two dimensions. And the most important thing in the program, of course, is ability to make data-driven decision, and ability to lead business processes, including digital business processes. And of course, we are trying to implement positive attitude to lifelong learning, which is important nowadays, to teach you how to learn, how to be included in constant condition of learning. Of course, we are trying to develop soft skills like creativity, communication, collaboration, but as well we are trying to supply our students with hard skills, both in IT, in economics, and in management. So the program structure you may see here, we have 4 modules plus master thesis, and it is the first module is core, the second digital business analysis, because digital business is really vital part of businesses today, innovation management, and optional courses. It's free part of education, so you are free to take different courses. So let's talk briefly about each module. The first one, basic module, and here it's important to give basic knowledge about innovation, about digital economics, about data-driven decision, about modern ecosystem. And here you may see basic courses. It's programming and innovation policy and econometrical analysis. So you will have ability to analyze data. You will have ability to make a decision, to understand innovation. And the important part here is practical training. It's perfect opportunity to find a job, and many of our students starting with practical training, and then it's like transforming to the regular work, which is really important. And I should say that Estonia is really very open for foreigners, and you do not need to know even Estonian language to be employed very often. So here a lot of international companies, and I think it's it's really important. And the second module, digital business analysis, concentrated on analytical skills development. And here you may see the list of courses. And maybe what is important to add here is that in conditions of successful graduation, successful going through few courses, you have opportunity to get certificate in digital business analysis, which is definitely increase your, let's say, price on labor market and increase your opportunity to be successfully employed. Innovation management module. It's mostly, as you understand, about different innovation activities, consequences of innovations, antecedents of it, how to manage innovation, and how to develop even entrepreneurial activities, both like start new venture and how to make it in the framework of a big company. Entrepreneurship, it's about entrepreneurial activity inside a big company. And master thesis module, here you have ability to prepare big and profound work under supervision of our professors. And it helps to develop your skills in data analysis, qualitative, quantitative, or mixed methods. It's really important, and again, helps you to develop your future career and to understand modern state of art in literature on your topic. So I'm really thinking it's an important module. And moreover, master theses provide you with opportunity to develop academic career, because in Tartu University we have PhD program, very interesting. And personally, me starting here with PhD program, and it's really a great time because you can get this degree, you can become Doctor of Philosophy. At the same time, you can develop your skills, your knowledge. You can participate in many international conferences, summer school and activities. So anyway, this module helps you to develop this direction for your future career. And the last module, which is important, is optional courses. My favorite, frankly speaking, because you are absolutely free and you can take a lot of courses from Tartu University curricula, starting from any foreign language, Estonian, Italian, Spanish. If I'm not mistaken, we have around 22 foreign languages which you can take, but moreover you can, I don't know, maybe deepen your knowledge in econometrics, or maybe you are interested in Italian cinema or in some kind of culture, or we even have course on Shakespeare. So you are absolutely free, and you can make your choice here. Okay, let's move briefly to the admission and application. Here you see the main requirements. The most important thing, additionally to the official documents, is your motivation letter, which includes, of course, motivation, your future idea about your research, and the courses and your knowledge about the program, so it's really vital. And we have a video CV, which is around 2 or 3 minutes, but it is about your presentation skills, about your understanding of context, about your ability to deliver your ideas. So I can say that from the content point of view, these 2 parts are really important. And additionally, you need to have official copy of diploma, proof of English language proficiency, copy of passport, and confirmation of payment, etc. And you have almost 2 weeks to complete the documents to complete your application. So I believe that's more or less all from my side. Anyway, you can email me, and I am very open and trying to answer all questions and to consult you. So in the end, maybe I can say that really it's very interesting program, and Tartu University is very comfortable and very friendly, and Tartu itself very cute and full of museums, cafes. It's really university town, so you are very welcome to enter ITM program.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your presentation. Thank you very much for leaving also your contacts. We are going also to send all of the slides to our participants, so participants would be also able to check them while they're at home, for example, and if they have any questions, then it's really nice that you have this opportunity to email Julia directly. But I would still encourage you to leave your questions right now, because we have this time to answer your questions, which will be also useful because the application deadline is coming in 2 weeks. So I assume you might have some questions maybe related to your applications. But right now we are going to move to our next speaker and the next presentation, and the presentation is going to be about wellness and spa service design and management, and we are having Kai Thomasberg, who is going to introduce this program. So Kai, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to present our international master's program, Wellness and Spa Service Design and Management. We are offering this program since 2008 already. Yes, I'm in Pärnu, I'm not in Tartu, but nowadays everything is possible, and it's very easy to connect with a main building easily using this wonderful Zoom opportunity. Let me introduce the program a little bit closer. As the previous speaker also said, our study programs, master programs, are usually 2 years. It is a full-time study that covers 120 European credit points. The tuition fee for 1 semester is 1,900 euros, and we also offer 6 tuition fever positions for our students. And the whole program has a sharp focus on wellness services, wellness service design, and management. So who can apply? We welcome all applicants with bachelor degree or equivalent qualification. The entire program is taught in English, so English language is really a must. I must say that admission is quite long. The process is long because it also consists of different steps. The evaluation of applications starts very soon, and it's based on the scores of the motivation letter and personal interviews that we are organizing with our candidates. But only the candidates with a positive score of 51 and above are invited for a personal interview. And after the interviews, we are calculating the final scores, and the candidates with 66 points and more are considered for the admission. So, and our first semester starts in September. So sometimes the whole process lasts the entire summer. And yes, let's go and move on to the program. So here you see a little bit of the structure of the program. Basically, our students need to follow intensive study 2 first semesters and cover most of the compulsory subjects. The 3rd semester is for mobility. So the students are free to choose whether to go abroad for internship and exchange studies, or stay in Estonia, because it's also possible to do internship in Estonia. We also have different funds available that support the travel and internship. And then the 4th semester, our students are preparing and writing the master thesis. There's also optional web module for optionals, which, as the previous speaker said, it's quite exciting because the students are free to choose whatever they want. The course is from the university, but also from different universities. So the choice is really huge. And it's always nice to see what are the personal preferences of our students. The entire program has a sharp focus on wellness and wellness services. And here you can see also the compulsory subjects the students have to follow. We start with more general subjects such as sustainable development and wellness philosophy with the wellness concept, but also with the introduction of wellness economy. Many courses are closely linked to tourism and hospitality industry. Some courses are fully online. Some have contact seminars combined with study and company visits, and others are delivered in the classroom. So it's a big combination of different study methods that we use. Internship has a very important part of the entire program because we encourage our students to go to the industry and get a practical experience, a working experience. The compulsory period is 6 to 8 weeks, but it can also be longer. Some students prefer to stay up to 6 months in internship. And of course, it's a wonderful opportunity to also get to know the industry, but also have this personal experience of this wellness environment. And also, why not, to meet their first employers already, because many are finding their first jobs already during internship. Here you can also see some examples of the well-known spas and wellness centers we are working with. The usual destination our students prefer are warm countries such as Portugal, Spain and Greece, Malta, but some also decide to stay close to Estonia and go to Latvia or Finland, or stay in Estonia. It's also possible. Many courses in the program include company visits. And it is also very important for us to take our students to the field to see what is actually happening in wellness centers and what are these services for and who are the visitors in spas. The students get the real experience to look around and get to know the services, but also have a direct opportunity to talk to the personnel, to the staff members, and ask questions and have a live discussion with the managers. They really appreciate these opportunities. Our teaching staff is international. We have lecturers from Hungary, UK, Finland, Austria, but we also like to invite guest lecturers to share their knowledge, research, experiences, and also spa and wellness professionals, because they know what is happening in the industry. And it's a good opportunity to learn from the professionals. So why study wellness? It is a good question. But if you think of a global wellness economy that presents $4.5 trillion market, that's probably a good opportunity to go and check it out. And by now, it's more than 50,000 managers, professionals, directors, leaders are needed worldwide. So this is a huge opportunity for our students. There's also one example what this market is about. You can see different segments of the market. It includes wellness tourism, but also beauty, personal care, spa, preventive medicine, but also nutrition and real estate, mental well-being. So it's a lot going on. And if you think of all the services this market needs to design and develop these personalized, holistic services, a good education is needed, and educated specialists are needed. So this is why our students can find their jobs as managers in spas or wellness and health centers. Perhaps they prefer to work as independent experts or consultants or marketers for the industry, or as service designers and developers. But they can also consider to open their own business or continue their studies on a doctoral level. It's also possible. Why Pärnu College? We have been offering this study program for more than 10 years now, and it is still a unique study program in whole Europe. It is a wonderful combination of theoretical study and practice, including study visit, company visits, exchange studies, and internship. And as you understand, the career opportunities are worldwide because the whole world needs specialists in wellness field. Our study groups are small, usually up to 15 people. They are multicultural and they have direct access to lecturers and professors. And our study and living environment in Pärnu is really very peaceful and safe and green. We have a lot of nature surrounding the town. And I would also like to add something about Pärnu, because we are not in Tartu. As you see on the map, Tartu is quite far from Pärnu. We are located on the western coast of Estonia and on the coast of Pärnu Bay. It is a beautiful resort town, small, quiet, peaceful in winter, but also very lively, very full of life in summer. We are also the summer capital of Estonia. We like to mention it every time. It's very, very different from a winter that our students, foreign students also notice immediately. Pärnu is also very well known for its spas, because as we have less than 50,000 inhabitants, but we have more than 10 huge all year round functioning spas and wellness centers. And these are our good partners. We have been working together many, many years, and they always welcome our students. So this is my hometown, and you're all very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kai, for your presentation. Thank you for introducing the program. It was really nice to see where actually also the program located. So many people can confuse that the program is a part of the University of Tartu, but actually the program is not located neither in Tartu or Tallinn. So as you could see from the presentation, so it's Pärnu. It's another city in Estonia. And thank you very much. And if you are interested in wellness and spa management and design, please submit us your questions. So we are going to open soon the Q&A, and then you will have a wonderful chance to get answers to your questions right now online, having two program managers right now with me. So I guess we can we can open our Q&A session, and we can start from the questions that we have already received. And I guess the first question would be addressed to Kai. It's about wellness and spa management, or at least this question is the first one that I have appearing. So the question is, Estonian is a part of the curriculum, and then if Estonian is needed to find a job in Estonia after graduating wellness and spa?
Thank you. It's a good question. Yes, we have included Estonian language as a compulsory course of 6 credits to the program. The foreign students are taking it during the first semester. And it's a good opportunity to learn the language because, yes, I think it is very necessary and important to learn it. It also is very good for career opportunities in Estonia, because in spas, yes, all our foreign students can speak English and some also Russian, and this is already good, but Estonian is also needed, because many clients are Estonians, are local, and they prefer to speak Estonian. And so just you have more opportunities when you also can speak Estonian. And after graduation, when you know a little bit of Estonian, you have good opportunities to find job here as well.
Thank you very much, Kai. Since we already touched the topic about career opportunities, we have another question to ITM program. So where can I work after graduating ITM? And maybe you have examples from current graduates.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that career opportunity is very wide, and I can say it can be big companies in Estonia or abroad, absolutely. It can be banks or startups or your own new venture. And additionally, yes, I have already mentioned academic career in Tartu University or any other universities, because you will be well prepared for it. If we are talking about examples, let's take Estonian companies. It's Bolt, for example, TransferWise, Swedbank. So many companies, and I can say that many students take practical training and after in these companies, and after that they find regular job there. And of course we support entrepreneurial activities a lot, and it's very important to start new venture, and it's not only about ITM program, it's about Tartu University. We have many incubators, pre-incubators, which really helps to develop it. So it's additional direction of your development.
Lots of opportunities. I have another question of ITM. There are some applicants who are concerned about programming. So about so how much the program actually include programming, about curriculum?
How much? It's complicated to to answer, but let's say you will be not IT specialists. But at the same time, you will be profound enough to be analyst and work in bank, in any company on the position of analyst. And it's really important. And additionally, what I can say is that really we have great professors of programming, and they really can explain complicated things in easy way. It's important.
Thank you very much. We have a question about internship, which is to wellness and spa management. Kai, you have already mentioned about so many internship opportunities, but then there is a question how to find internship and if the university will direct in finding a place. So maybe you can tell a little bit more about it.
Yes, thank you. We have a list of companies we are working with. As I mentioned before, we have already offered this program more than 10 years, and we have established very nice working relationships with many companies. And also these countries I mentioned before, like Spain or Portugal or Greece. So yeah, they are our long-term partners. So there is a list, and we have a specialist or coordinator for internship also working, who is supporting the students and help to find the right place. But it is, in a way, it's a mutual effort. So we are supporting and providing information, but also the students are encouraged to look for places they like. Because it must be also their preference that they go where they really like to go, what they want to discover, and so it is a nice work together to find the right place.
Thank you very much. We have another question to Julia about the video CV. So how is important video CV, and maybe you can give some tips how to create a good video CV.
Video CV is really important part of your application. And regarding tips, I can say that really the admission committee can get the whole image of you through the video CV. It's really very effective instrument, as we agreed. And tips, maybe you need to have clear structure of your speech, and you need to remember that you are entering master program, and you do not need maybe to talk about your favorite dog or something like that, but you need to be focused definitely on master program. You need to show your understanding of master program and your knowledge, maybe your knowledge about Tartu University. It gives us opportunity to understand that really you understand what you want, what you would like to have. You can say a few words about your research proposal. It's vital to get understanding your future development, your sphere of interest, and I should say that it can be wide range of topics: entrepreneurship, management, economics, labor market, etc. But it should be connected with innovation management, and you can show that you really understand how to do research, that you know what is literature review, what is methodology, what is results. So mainly it's about that. And maybe you need to show your motivation, you need to show your ability to present information clearly, but please do not afraid, just be yourself and just maybe be prepared for it, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Julia. I think in line with this question, there is a question to Wellness and Spa Management and Design about the entrance interview. So, Kai, maybe you can comment how to prepare to the interview and what kind of questions should we expect?
Yeah, thank you. This interview is actually really, really important. But for a candidate, it's a opportunity to present yourself. So then this is a time where you have to present yourself, but also explain why you choose this particular program, because it's a very specific program. It's really focused on wellness and spa, and you have to explain to the commission why you are interested in this program. So how do you see yourself working in the industry in the future, and what is your interest? And of course, we also are interested in the background. It doesn't have to be a specific background, but still, if you have a working experience, maybe in hospitality or in tourism, or even already in the wellness industry, but you just have to have a level up to become a manager. All these details are very important. And another aspect which is important is we always ask how much our candidates know about Estonia, and that Estonia has 4 seasons, and the winter time is very long and also very dark, and how they feel about it. So because, we have to mention it every time, and when we have this personal contact in the interview, then we can also see the reaction, how the candidates think, how they react to the question, and how sincere they are, and they can ask questions, and it's really important.
Thank you very much.
So shortly, be yourself and be honest.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Kai, we have some more questions to Wellness and Spa. Does the program consider previous bachelor program marks for admission?
Actually, the previous bachelor marks for admission, I mean, these are the documents they have to submit for admission together with all the documents, the diplomas, and I'm not sure if I know the answer.
I guess it's also possible to check on the program webpage about the requirements, application requirements. It's definitely listed on the website together with the list of the documents that need to be submitted. But I guess the question was that for admission criteria, would the GPA be important or not?
Yeah. So as I already mentioned, that we are really, when you have this level, the bachelor level, everybody can apply. We are not really checking on what kind of topics are passed or are what topics they have learned or what was the content of the previous programs. That's not actually, we are not checking that. We are more open to everybody and actually give the opportunity for candidates who want to make a switch in their lives, to be honest, because they are also can come from very different fields and they have absolutely no previous contact with this field at all.
Thank you very much for your answer. Since we already started this topic, I will take another question for ITM about pre-required courses. So basically, are there any prerequisite courses to apply to ITM program?
I should say that we are trying to apply individual approach to each application. So each case is very important for us. But of course, we are focused on those who have some experience with engineering, mathematics, and courses like this. But at the same time, we have students with managerial first education and many others. So anyway, I am thinking that if you are not very sure about your previous background, you do not need to give up, but you need to email me or admission committee and ask what the situation about your particular case. So it's really individual.
Yeah, so don't be scared to just email and ask before actually applying to make sure that everything is fine with the documents. We have another question to wellness and spa management. What are the placement scenarios in wellness and spa design and management? Do students or are students getting placed?
It's more or less the same question that was before about the internship and how they find the place, or do they get the place?
So basically, what are the placement scenarios?
Okay.
What does student getting placed? Maybe yes, it's related to the previous question, more about internships that we have already taken.
I can add. So the perfect scenario would be that the students are free to travel and the pandemic is over and the spas and wellness centers are open and welcoming our students, then everything is fine. When they are not open and can't receive the guests, then they are also not receiving our students. And then we have to find some alternatives that we have also done during these last 2 years, that we have found the placement places for students in Estonia. It is possible. It's not easy, but we are doing our best. So there are different scenarios, but the others are more like backup plans that we use when the best one doesn't work.
Thank you very much. The next question is about the competition. So how big is the competition and how is it difficult to get a study place and tuition waiver? Maybe, Julia, you can start with your program.
Competition. I can say that last year we had really big number of applicants. and let's say that competition is high, but still I'm thinking that 15 budget funded places is more or less fine, and you really can get it. And if we really talk about competition, I think that the good issue here is that important part, motivation letter and video CV. It means that everything in your hands, and even today you can develop profound motivation letter, and you will get additional points to be involved in the program. So let's say that competition is high enough, but
yeah, thank you very much. Kai, would you like to comment about your program?
Yeah, it's a little bit the same, that there is a competition. We unfortunately don't have so many free places of tuition waivers. We have them 6, but we also have less students. And I agree that it's everything is in the hands of the candidate. So they have to show the sincere interest and motivation and readiness to work and study independently, and that they can already have some kind of vision what is going to happen after the studies. That they are not only maybe waiting or passively waiting for everything to happen, but they are also working actively for things to happen.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And and the competition, it's every year, but the best ones win.
Great, thank you very much. I guess we have covered also the questions about scholarships as well. Both of program managers already mentioned about the opportunities of tuition waivers. The next question is to wellness and spa management. Is there age limitation for applicants?
No.
Great. Let's move to another question. Is there an internship for ITM program?
yes, definitely. Of course, it's a really important part of ITM program, and you have ability to work in different kind of companies. And as I have already mentioned, of course, it's a good way to get regular job. So yes, of course, it's practical training is really important part of the program.
Thank you very much. The question to Kai, could you please provide any of the examples of master theses at wellness and spa management?
That's a good question. First, I can remember was last spring. That was defended about the impact of nature on young adults who live in the big cities. So it was quite a nice work, and the student was looking for conducting practical exercises in parks and in natural environment, and also measured the changes in health, how this natural environment impacts the mood and our health. But there are also topics about marketing, digital marketing in wellness and wellness tourism, or a lot about service design, analyzing the existing services and improving the services, then also making some improvements or suggestions for improvements to specific spas and companies. So yeah, it always depends on interest of the student, who is more towards the marketing or management or human resource management, for example, why not? Or as more theoretical, like wellness concept, how holistic wellness services are developed and what is the difference. And so, yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, these are available in our college website. You are free to visit our website, and there are also these master theses. You can read them, and you can find in our library.
Thank you very much for providing such a good overview and also for directing our applicants where to find this information. I guess we will take last question for today because we are running out of time. And this question related to motivation letter. We have like questions, what should I write in motivation letter? What are the requirements? Maybe Julia, you can start and just outline what kind of motivation letter you would like to receive from successful applicant.
Mm-hmm. I can say that motivation letter is more or less around video CV. And mostly you need to show firstly your motivation, secondly your topic for your future research, and maybe in few phrases you can underline which topic, which methods, which theories. It's really important. The third thing is your understanding of program and maybe courses that are important for you from the program curriculum. Number 4, your future career prospects, what you are going to do and why you need this program. I think these 4 issues are the most important.
Kai, would you also like to comment about motivation letter?
More or less the same that Julia just mentioned, but I would also emphasize on this personal point of view that the candidate really needs to show their personal interest in the studies, that not the general talk or not the general text, straight to the point and very clear explanation why this topic and how this study program will help him or her achieve the personal goals for the future.
Thank you very much, our dear presenters, for coming today, for being with us, for introducing your programs, and also for answering the questions. Thank you very much, dear participants, for participating in our info session and for asking your questions. But in case you have any questions left, you're welcome to email our program managers separately. You're going to receive the slides, so you will be packed with full information. And don't forget about the application deadline that is coming in 2 weeks. It's 15th of March, and don't forget to apply. And maybe we can also meet you already next academic year. Thank you very much, and stay with us because the next session is going to be with our students from these 2 programs. And our students are going to share their experience. And we have 2 students, one from Tartu and another student is from Pärnu. So that is going to be a very interesting comparison between 2 cities in Estonia and their lives. So thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Open Doors Week. We are here with another student discussion. My name is Vincent and I will be moderating this discussion we have with two of our business management students. So now I am joined here by Betul and Katerina. Thank you two for joining us so much today. If you'd like to introduce yourselves very briefly, Katerina, if you'd like to start.
Sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Katerina. I'm from Ukraine. I completed the Master's in Innovation and Technology Management in summer 2021, and I'm currently continuing my education at the university in the PhD program of Computer Science.
All right. Thank you. And thank you so much for being here. And Betul, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm studying in the second year of University of Tartu, Parni College, Wellness, briefly WellSpar Business Management Department, Master's program. So everything is great for now, till now, and I wish you a great event.
Awesome. Thank you. Betul, the first question I wanted to ask you is, how do you like living in Parnu? Not many. There's a kind of a smaller faculty there. So I wanted to ask what your opinion is of living over there in Parnu.
I came from a city that has a population of nearly 3 million people residing. So even if I were living in Tallinn, the things will be very different for me. You know, but I think it depends on the personality, because if you're a natural person, you know, if you're looking for peace and slow city living, so Parnu will meet all the conditions here, because also it is very beneficial for you to concentrate on your course and your lectures, because you have not much thing to do, you know, if you're not motivating yourself to do some, you know, extra things with your friends. So out of COVID, maybe we can say. So you have to concentrate on your lessons, and you will have a very good performance on the Parnu College then, yeah.
Okay, awesome. And Katerina, you're in Tartu, correct?
Well, right now not. But,
right now not. But
it's with me, as you can see.
Yes. But what is your experience living in Tartu or being in the university? How have you enjoyed your time at the University of Tartu?
Well, living in Tartu is actually, my experience is a bit similar to Betul's, because before coming to Tartu, I lived in Kiev, where we have also around 3 million people. And to be honest, a few days before actually arriving in Tartu, I remember myself thinking that, how am I going to do that? Because Tartu is so small. And I mean, for me, 90,000 people is really small after the locations where I lived before. And I was thinking to myself that it's some kind of village with nothing, maybe, I don't know, no infrastructure, no whatever. But the very first day when I was still in the bus arriving to Tartu, my opinion already changed completely. I remember how surprised I was when I was just going with the bus to the bus station. It was also a very sunny day, and I saw a lot of people on the streets walking around, having fun. There were these great summer terraces of restaurants, beautiful pathways with flowers and everything. And my first impression was very good indeed. And after maybe 2-3 weeks, I already felt like home, because the city has absolutely everything to offer. Probably after living there after a few months, you can get a bit bored because you've kind of been to all the places, but Tartu is not the only place in Estonia, and you have plenty around to go visit as well. So for now, it's already been 2.5 years since I live in Tartu, and I feel very, very comfortable there. And yeah, I don't know what else to add. There is really everything that you need, and it's very comfortable as for a student.
Yes, I agree as well. So do you think you could tell us a little bit about your program and maybe some tips or tricks that you might want to give to prospective students looking to join your specific program?
Sure. So my program is Innovation and Technology Management. It is coordinated by the School of Economics and Business Administration, but half of the courses in the program are given by the School of Economics and Business Administration, and another half is by Institute of Computer Science. I am not sure what is the proportion in ECTS, but I think it's half and half, roughly. You can also choose whether you want to write your thesis at the School of Economics and Business Administration, so that it will be more focused on the innovation management part of the program, or you want to join, you want to find some supervisor at the Institute of Computer Science, and therefore it will be more focused on computer science part. Yeah, we don't have many optional courses or electives. It's pretty much preset, at least in the curriculum that I was following 2 years ago. Maybe now something changes. But what I like about the curriculum is that it's really balanced in a sense. So as I said, it's first of all from 2 schools, from 2 institutes of the university, and the courses as well are very balanced. So if you are a more technical person looking for some education in management, or you are interested in innovation management specifically, this is for you. If you are more already in economics or innovation management, but you want to have some grasp of the technical side, this is also for you. There is absolutely no, there are no courses where you have to be like hardcore programmer, or no courses where you have to be hardcore economist. It's very balanced. Yeah, after 2 years, you get pretty good understanding of the both parts of it, both of innovation management and of a more technical side. We focus on digital business analysis and product management. And you get a chance. What I really like about it is that after getting to know both sides, kind of, as I said, you can choose which one you want to pursue for your thesis. So pretty much the last semester, unless you take some courses, you can just focus on one part and explore it in more detail, and maybe continue with it later. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. And Betul, the same question to you. Do you think you could tell us a little bit about your program and maybe some things that you like about the program?
Okay, our program name is Wellness, Spa Design and Service Management. So basically our program focuses on business management and spa service design deeply, in a deeply focus. So when you're having and learning in this program, you can progress yourself into the business, into the modern business nowadays. You know, what is business people are doing right now, what the tools are they are using, you know, what is expected from the graduates from this area. So you are learning everything with an update, with an update education, updated education. And like Katerina said, that there is 2 focus in the program. You can focus, but mostly our programs lectures are preset before, and there is some little optional courses, and our lecturers are very competent in their areas. I can say most of them are very competent in their areas, and we have also some lecturers from other countries around Europe and Ireland also, for example. And you can write thesis when you want to graduate, or you can do a case study as well as thesis, and case study more focuses on a business segment of the area. So I think this program fits to anyone who wants to progress themselves in a business management about wellness and spa, and also designing the spas, or just to start a new career and reskilling themselves in spas. You know, it is very helpful for learning from 0 to 100. So this is not a complementary master's program. This is teaching you the educations from 0 to 100. So this program is also good for reskilling as well. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Yeah, and kind of going off that, I wanted to ask you guys what your personal plans are for once you do finish your degree and your studies at the University of Tartu. Katerina, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, so as I said, I kind of already finished the master's program, and now I just started PhD. I'm in second semester right now, so I still have a long way to go. Yeah, so I'm basically staying in academia for now. I'm not sure what I'm going to do after because as I said, there is still quite a way to go. I can say for sure that with the master's program that I just completed and also with the PhD program that I'm doing, I have plenty of options. I'm not limited to one thing. I am not limited to one tiny area where there is not that many offers or anything. The master's program that I completed really does offer a lot of areas to kind of try yourself in. And they are not, how to say, they are not, it's not like you have to focus only in one. You kind of get the idea about other ones, but it's not very abstract. You get quite a good idea. So if you go into some even starter junior job, you can quickly learn it in more detail already on the job, because already a lot of theoretical part you know from just completing your courses and writing a master thesis. I myself am particularly interested in product management, for example, and but after completing the program, you could also as well go work as a business analyst, or you could go work as a data analyst and completely, I don't know, continue with data analysis, coding, a bit things if you fancy. Yeah, but personally, I don't know yet. For now, my focus is to finish the PhD, and then I will see.
No, yeah, that's great. It sounds like you have a lot of options and wide array of stuff you can actually do with the skills that you've gained. Okay, Betul, what would you say are your personal plans once you finish your education?
Yeah, and I'm in the second year in the second term of my program. So this is the thesis or the case study time. So I choose case study over the thesis because I don't expect an academic career or any doctoral education after this. So I'm on the more business side. And I think when I finish the program, I will look into the wellness centers or spas where I can work peacefully and have a regular job with happy people around in Estonia, of course, because I want to get more knowledge about this people, about Estonian people and Estonian culture, because I have gained the knowledge about the history of Estonia and how these Estonian people have renewed and rebuilt their countries and their societies. So in my eyes, your society and your people is like individual heroes one by one. So I want to get more of this knowledge, and I want to learn deeply and be a part of this society to have this journey. So I will look into stay in Estonia and have a job here, especially in Pärnu maybe, because there's a lot of spas and thermal springs, and also, the famous smoke sauna of Estonia. So you have a culture of very long times, a history about this. So this is an opportunity for me to educate myself furthermore. So that's basically this. Yeah.
Yeah, great. And I mean, you mentioned kind of the culture and language in Estonia. Have you faced any, especially being in Pärnu, a little bit of a smaller town, have you faced any cultural barriers with Estonian people or language barriers in specific?
Mostly the young people under 40 age speaks English very well. But to be kind and courteous, I'm trying to speak Estonian when I'm starting a conversation. But when I say I just know a little bit Estonian, so they are very helpful for me too. You know, they're just speaking English with me and helpful on any occasion. I just had one more hardness on Estonia. Finding an apartment wasn't an easy task here, but I think till I learned how the things are going on here, it's also not easy for Estonian people too. The landlords are very picky when they're looking for tenants, so it's not a very foreigner-specific thing.
Yeah.
So everything goes well, I think, according to culture. Maybe because I'm from Turkey, I didn't mention it at the beginning, I'm sorry. We have a very rich culture on food. I had little problem about food also, but this is not my first comfort area or not my first aim. My main target is to have education and be a much more intellectual person. So this comes after the education. Yeah, and the foods are coming after this.
Yeah, definitely. And Katerina, have you had any kind of cultural shock, or was there one thing that specifically shocked you when you first came to Estonia, or maybe something that's been prevalent from the time you've lived in Estonia?
Culture shocks, I wouldn't say so, because my culture and Estonian culture are not all that different. I think I can understand Estonians quite well. Of course, a bit of coldness and shyness is not a myth, let's say. It does happen to Estonians, but I have a lot of friends who are very open and friendly and cheerful, and not just when you get to know them, but also from the first impression as well. When you were just asking this question, I don't know why, but the first thing that came to my mind was disc golf. And I don't know if our listeners know what it is. It's kind of like a very special to Estonian sport, where you have a disc basically, and you try to throw it into a basket from different distances, and you do it in places like even, I don't know, middle of the forest and bogs and everything. I tried it 2-3 times, I don't know, and it's an interesting experience. It's something that I haven't heard before, and I think this was one of the things that also kind of got me a bit closer to the Estonian culture, as well as hiking in forests, of course, on frozen lakes and everywhere. But I think this is one of the most memorable things, definitely, getting to know what disc golf is in the first place and trying it out for myself as well.
No, yeah, I'm a fan of disc golf as well. So, yeah. So we're running a little short on time here, guys. Is there anything maybe you'd like to say to prospective students? Maybe a little short quip that you'd like to say to people thinking about joining your programs before we end it off? If Katerina, you'd like to start.
Sure. I definitely want to just say, if you have some doubts about the program, you have some doubts about Tartu or Estonia, you shouldn't. You should just go ahead with it and apply. I did have my doubts as well before coming here, especially connected to that the country is so small, and the language as well. But as Betul also said, and I also want to point out as well, the education here is great, and it definitely tops up everything. Like you definitely will feel uncomfortable during the long nights in winter, and you will have to get used to it. You might feel a bit uncomfortable with the language and everything, but the education is worth it. The university is worth it, and the international community is definitely worth it. You will not feel alone here if you come here, not just because the university gives so much support, because it does, but also because the international community is big, and you will definitely find people from your country here, and you will be overwhelmed by how many of them there are here, and you will have friends. And as I said, first and foremost, you will have great education that will open a lot of doors for you in life.
All right, thank you so much. And Betul, yourself, do you have something to say, kind of in the same vein?
Yeah, just a short sentence. who wants to study in our program or the other programs in Tartu University, I think they must be serious about education, because this is a very serious university, and you need to work hard. And for learning and carrying your knowledge, the new education and new knowledge will be helpful on your next stage of your life. I believe it will be very helpful. And also be open to new cultures, be open to new journeys, be open to new tastes, new friendships, and you will be a global human, you will be a world person then.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too so much for joining us today and answering some of our questions. That'll do it for this student discussion round. Thank you so much for joining us, tuning in. We're going to have more programs to come and another student discussion round later. So please stay tuned. And thank you so much for joining us again, you two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Welcome back to our next info session and last info session for today. And this info session is going to be dedicated to master's programs in business analysis, economics, and mathematics. And today, during this session, we are going to introduce 3 of our programs. We will start with quantitative economics, and then we are going to have a presentation about actuarial and financial engineering, and then we will introduce our new program that is going to start first admission next year, which is called Entrepreneurship in Economic Policy Making. So I would like to remind you that we will have a Q&A session, and that at the end of this info session, and you will be able to leave your questions to us at any point, even during the presentations. You can do it in Workshop by clicking Q&A button, which is next to the info session, or you can also leave your comments in Facebook if you are watching the streaming or YouTube. And right now it's time to introduce our dear speakers that are here with me on this stage. And here I have Jan Maso, who is going to be the first one who is going to introduce quantitative economics. Then I have Melis Karik, who is going to talk about actuarial and financial engineering. And then here with me I have Kadri Ukrainsky. And then online I have Ot Barna, who are going to have a discussion about our brand new program in entrepreneurship in economic policy making. So right now, I guess it's the right time to start with our first presentation. And Jan, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, as time is limited, let's get down to business. So I'm the program manager of the Quantitative Economics program. And here is also the link to the website. We have lots of information there, but if you can't find answers to your questions, please always feel free to write us. Starting from where is Estonia, capital Tallinn. We are a very small country, as you can see, official language Estonian, but a small country, the advantage is that people can speak foreign languages very well, which is also good as an international student. Estonia is member of European Union and NATO, a fact that is very important to stress also right this moment, and also I saw my colleagues communicated this to our prospective applicants. Currency euro and very highly ranked in various international rankings. Why Estonia? We always say it's one of the most digitally advanced countries in Europe. Like it concerns, like we do voting in internet in national elections. And which also means that there is very strong entrepreneurship, also lots of employment opportunities for our students. Companies like Skype, Bolt, Wise, Playtech, Pipedrive, and so on. Actually, some of my course mates from bachelor studies are CEOs or key investors in these companies. Due to this development, of course, Estonia is becoming more expensive, but still it's fairly affordable living cost, for instance, compared to some Western European countries. Residence permit allows you full-time working, and it's very peaceful. Like some students told, what is the first words that comes into mind? We're talking about Tartu or Estonia. Quiet. University of Tartu is quite an old one, founded in 1632 by King Gustav Adolf from Sweden. So sometimes we say it's the second oldest Swedish university. We are kind of a medium size of university, but lots of international students. Here I remember, say like 90 different countries. It might be already more than 100 different countries here. And we have in total 27 degree programs in English. So for instance, you are interested about economics or mathematics or business, but still there are very many other things you can study here in English. It's also quite highly placed in different university rankings. You can check details. For instance, one of the highest ranked countries in highest ranked universities in Eastern Europe. Now, depending on the ranking, like in top 5 to top 1 in different rankings. And we also have a very modern working environment and studying environments, because all these programs that we talk today are situated in a brand new Delta building. You can see the picture here. So it's both economics and business, computer science, mathematics, statistics, and which also and technology, robotics, which also creates lots of opportunities for integration. Like that, for economic students, it's very simple to take, let's say, mathematics courses, statistics courses, or computer science courses. And also different companies are situated in Delta Center, which also creates lots of opportunities for cooperation with business and internship opportunities. And lots of, in addition to nice lecture rooms, there are also lots of student area for studying. Like here is pictures certain boxes that also students can rent for meetings or student studying simply or group work and so on. And also dormitories, that also many students have told that they were quite surprised about the quality of our dormitories, and at the same time very affordable price. Like some students told that in London or Paris you may need to pay like 5 times more and have much worse quality. So that's also an advantage of Tartu, and also very close to study area. Like that, maybe you can wake up 15 minutes before the lecture and you can still come from dormitory to lecture. Quantitative economics, as said, its main goal is to prepare highly qualified analysts. I first mentioned government agencies because very much our program was created due to the call from our central bank, Eesti Pank, saying that we really need people with this kind of analysis skills. But there are also lots of opportunities in financial sector, fintech, data science, because generally we talk about this data science and everything related to data is that is growing area, but especially also in Estonia, there are lots of job opportunities over there. But naturally, you can also think about international organizations and continue towards PhD, and very many of our graduates do it. Everything is taught 100% of English, but of course there are lots of opportunities to learn other languages here as well. So it's a relatively new program, but we always try to listen to student feedback and update things and so on. Admission. Some of the information is similar across programs. Basically, deadline is March 15. But even if you're very late, it takes very little time to do the application. Given the situation currently in Ukraine, probably it's already decided that deadline will be prolonged for Ukrainian candidates. But for all others, probably still the same deadline applies. We may make decisions by May. As to study places, at some places students have to pay, but in many programs there are tuition fee free places, and in our programs there are 15 of these. So you don't have to make a separate application to study without tuition fee, but all applicants will be considered, and simply best applicants will be offered tuition waiver scholarship. We have evaluative applicants based on motivation letter and average grade of bachelor studies. You can check the details. That is, if we ask written essay and short video CV, nothing complicated, it shouldn't take much time. Admission requirements, bachelor degree. Even if you graduate this spring, no problems, check the details. And as to prerequisite courses, we don't ask actually previous studies in economics, but previous studies in mathematics and mathematical statistics. In total for 15 credits. If you are unsure whether you satisfy the requirements, you can always, the easiest thing to do is just send your transcripts to me as a program manager. I will check these and then communicate to you. And finally, check English language proficiency requirements. Shortly, even if you studied previously in English, that may be sufficient, but need not to be sufficient. So please look into it, as there are many different possibilities how to satisfy English language requirement. It's not just TOEFL test or IELTS test, there are many other different possibilities. Stipends, I already mentioned tuition waiver scholarships. There are stipends from Minister of Foreign Affairs for some students, from University of Tartu Foundation, Dora Plus. Also, we have some sponsors of the program like Swedbank, our biggest commercial bank, that also offers here some awards. And finally, practical training in different institutions. Also in Estonia, but it's also do practical training, let's say, some elsewhere in Europe. And for this purpose also to get the Erasmus Plus scholarship. And that is very short, is a program structure. Naturally, we start from compulsory courses, let's say microeconomics, macroeconomics, macroeconomics, econometrics courses, different software courses, but then there are also specialization possibilities. Let's say special topics economics, let's say international trade, or financial and actuarial mathematics, that also Meelis next to me will talk shortly. And you can also take study abroad semester in some other European university. Like many of our students have studied in Italy, Germany, France, but also some other countries. And finally, also master thesis is where you can choose a topic that you like. That's also part of the specialization possibilities. And we actually have lots of time for writing master thesis. So basically, last semester studies is mostly dedicated to master thesis. As I short about these courses, I don't have time to read all about these, but just to summarize that most of them are relatively long courses, so that there should be really time to go through the material. And what is special is that there are lots of econometrics, statistics, data science, which is also important because that is the area where there are lots of job opportunities. We provide also study materials, textbooks, and mostly use standard English language textbooks that are really used in the best universities around the world. So because that's one way how to ensure international standards. Of course, lots of work is done also in computer labs, but also students have the opportunity to download and install some of the required software in their own computers. Let's say about MATLAB, where universities acquire campus license, and students can actually install the required computer in their own required software in their own computer. Of course, most of our teaching staff are from University of Tartu, but also from Eesti Pank, our largest central bank, sponsoring the program, and also from elsewhere. And every year we also do some short mini courses by professors from abroad, from different universities. Like now in this week we have a course on experimental economics. That is one very emerging new field. And this is stuff, I think, mostly relatively young people, easily reachable, and that we generally say that in Estonia all this hierarchy and distance is very low. So I think we are quite informal in communication and so on, and should be easy to talk to lecturers. And as a people, we're quite international also in terms of teaching stuff, and many of our teaching staff come from abroad, have completed PhD in different European universities and so on. And we also quite recently have hired several new people to support our teaching stuff. And I also tried to add more information on this to the homepage. You can check the details at the homepage. And we don't have time to talk about everybody, but just a few pictures here. No, Kadri is also here, but many other people. Other things I already mentioned about the internship, which is a compulsory part of studies, but also students very much like it because it might be a stepping stone to the labor market. Like maybe some students took internship, but then employer says that, but maybe you can stay at work here. And it could be central bank, commercial bank, think tanks, data science companies. Actually, now we also establish connection with OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation Development, to have internship opportunities in OECD in Paris. We have a relatively small group of students, but really very international. No, naturally for us, catchment area is in a way former Soviet Union, especially like Ukraine, Georgia, Russia, so on. But it's really students come all over the world. Africa, Western Africa, for instance, United States of America, Western Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, so on. I already said that because we situate in the Delta Center, it's very easy to take courses from other fields like mathematics, computer science, that are very natural fields for economists to also to study. I already mentioned the Erasmus exchange opportunities and also career opportunities. I have a short talk. And as to these, it could be quite different one, either banks, financial sector, think tanks, multinational companies, academia. Very many of our graduates do PhD, but no, it's not just still very high percentage do PhD, but still majority goes to business sector. And examples of employers like Microsoft, Google, we think that these IT companies still, even economist works there. There are many Estonian startups like Taxify, Wise, like somebody from Africa knows that in Africa, maybe people don't know what is Estonia, where is Estonia, but people know about these companies like Bolt, who are very much present in Africa, for instance. But here also in Estonia, it's a back office, and you can work in these data science jobs and design the algorithm and so on. But also banks are very important employers generally, and everybody's working. I didn't see people having problems to find work, and even during COVID times, people say that, look, I didn't like this job, I took another job. It seems it's really easy to get jobs, and generally also in Estonia, it's quite tight labor market, and employment opportunities are quite good. And you can see a little bit also at the homepage where we had a little bit of stories about our alumni, what they do here. And here I just make some kind of examples about Katerina from Ukraine, who studied in Taras Shevchenko. Then he worked in Luminor, but now Katerina works in one of our startup companies. Tanel from Estonia, who first, I think worked also at Swedbank, and now as a data scientist in another company. And Yelisaveta from Russia, who did previous education at Moscow State University, but now works as a data scientist in Taxify. Actually, Taxify's old name now is Bolt, so everything is changing very quickly. And I think that's all, and it seems to be quite good timing, where usually I'm very bad in this, but this time it seems to be a bit better. So we say the best place to study in Estonia and leading in the Nordic countries.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your presentation and for covering so many topics within 15 minutes and for being in time. Yes, so we are also going to send you all of the slides, so you're going to be able to check all of the links that Jan was talking about and all of the alumni stories and graduate stories yourself when you get the slides. So please, if you're interested to apply to quantitative economics, don't forget to leave your questions right now, and then in the end of this info session, we are going to answer them. And right now is the time to move to our next presentation, and this presentation is about actuarial and financial engineering. And Melis, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So hello from me. I am the program director of Actuarial and Financial Engineering. And because Jan told quite a lot about studying in Estonia, this is what I actually was hoping for, so I can be going in a much easier pace. So this is why I actually divided my presentation into two parts. One of them is mainly concentrated on the Actuarial and Financial Engineering program, and the second part is about Tartu, Estonia, University of Tartu, which is already mostly covered, so I can skip lots of slides there. Anyway, so the first part, or the main part, will be covering the questions like why would you join the program, what would be the learning outcomes, what's the structure, and also what's most urgent right now, what are the admission requirements. So what's the Actuarial and Financial Engineering program for? So what we do, we prepare specialists for financial sector, banking and insurance industries. So this is quite similar to what Jan told, but our aim is more concentrated on the math behind it. So we have more focusing on the knowledge of how things are done and how the methods are developed and such things. So the field of quantitative finance actually, and also the insurance parts, require quite a lot of mathematical understanding. So, and obviously the short link is very easy to learn. So the ut.e FinMath, where you can find all kinds of details about the program. So why should you join? So first of all, as mentioned, the topics we deal with are quite attractive. The employers that are relevant or related to the program are quite attractive. So it's the work in banks, insurance companies, or some financial departments or analytics departments or modeling departments in several other companies. And also our staff is highly qualified, so we have done research, we have international experience, so this is gives also strong grounds. And as mentioned, so we are all situated in the Delta Center, so this is one of the most modern centers in the Nordic region, one of the newest buildings, the University of Tartu. So the learning outcomes of the program, are obviously related to what I told. So what you get here is the understanding of methods used in financial and insurance mathematics, then also the ability to apply those methods to create probabilistic and statistical models for quantitative analysis, and also to apply these methods for life insurance or non-life insurance. So it includes other fields like detailed fields like reinsurance and so on. So, and those are actually the main parts of the program. So it's called Actuarial and Financial Engineering. So the one part of it is the financial part, and the second direction will be the insurance part. Also, there are few main things like getting international experience is also possible. So there's a possibility to have 1 semester abroad. So it's sort of written in a program, and also there's a mandatory part is an internship in a company. So the structure of the curriculum, so we have a 2-year program, which means you have to pass courses for 120 credits, and the structure is divided into, say, 5 parts. The first module is the so-called preparation module, where you get the background. So the second one is, say, the main module or the core module, the specialty module, where you have all the core tools related to actuarial and financial modeling. Then you have an elective module where you have some more directed results into well, whichever tasks are more interesting to you. Then you have the overall optionals, and finally you obviously have to write the master thesis. So the first module, the preparation module, so it has some, say, general purpose courses, math statistics, statistical models, generalized linear models, time series, all the things that are required later on, where the theory or more applied theory is built upon. So and here you can see in the list of second module, or the core module, is some courses that are more insurance oriented, and the others are more finance oriented. And the elective module actually is quite wide, and it's becoming even wider every year. So there is a master seminar, which is a very last course, but also there are 2 possibilities to take the internship, which is called the professional practice 1 and 2, and some other additional courses. Plus, you have in the right column you see you can take electives from economics and also electives from computer science, and those are sort of the main directions you can go if you're interested more in the economics part or economic modeling, or if you're more interested in the methods, modeling, data science, and that part. And also the final thing is here is the mobility module, so you can actually have a semester abroad in this curriculum. Okay. So the submodule of economics, lots of courses here. So again, you can pick your choice depending on what's your interest in, what you like more. And similarly with computer science, there's a list of different courses about methods. The optional courses, this is just 6 credits about, well, take wherever. You can take them from University of Tartu, you can actually take them abroad, whatever. And ultimately, similarly to what Jan told about the quantitative economics, the final semester is mostly just concentrating on your master thesis. You just have full last semester. If you've done if you've gone with a normal pace before, then you can easily just have the whole free semester for the thesis. So the most urgent topic right now, obviously, is the admission requirements, because the deadline is quite soon. So again, you need to have a bachelor degree because this is a master level program, but you don't need to have the the bachelor degree right now. It's sufficient if you have the bachelor degree by the end of July. So it's still okay. So and since we assume since the program is built upon the mathematics, we assume that you have some prior knowledge about mathematics. Also, probability and statistics are very, very useful. So about at least 24 credits there. And also, since we in the modeling in practice we use some programming, it's good to have some background, or at least some understanding in algorithms or program languages in there as well. Just 6 credits. The English language proficiency is general, so these rules are general for most of the courses. So I'm not going into details here. You have the link if you want to follow that. And how we evaluate the applications. So one thing is your average grade before, so the GPA, which gives 40% of the final score, and then we have the motivation letter, which gives the 60% of the final score. And so in the motivation letter, so if you're going to write the motivation letter, so what we want to have there, so we would like to see the answers to 3 main questions. Why? So why are you interested in this program? Is it your first choice? So what's the program going to do to help you achieve your goals, and so on? So the second question is why you? So why are you a good candidate for the program? What's your background? What you have done before, and so on? And ultimately, just be a bit more specific. So do you have already any special goals in there? So are you more interested in financial side? Are you more interested in actuarial side? So have you thought about the area before? So something like that as well. And the evaluation criteria are pretty simple. So the main contribution comes from the fit between the background of a student and the background of the program. Then also the fit of the goals in the program, and also we look at the clarity and argumentation skills. So the tuition fee for the program is 500 euros per year. So and it covers the tuition and study materials, and we have 50 places in the program, but we also have a tuition waiver, and the tuition waiver is for 8 best applicants from European Union or European Economic Area or Swiss. So this is those applicants from there don't have to apply for tuition waiver separately. So this is automatically done. And and additional comment is, if you get the tuition waiver, it also gives you some obligation that you have to study in at almost normal pace, so you can't get too far behind. Okay, and so the deadline is in short. So the application system is already open. The deadline is in March 15, which is quite soon. The final admission results will be in the middle of May, and the next academic year will start at the end of August. So this was briefly about the program. Now a little bit I will also cover about studying here. So this is where we are. This red one there is Estonia. So since Jan mentioned most of them, I will skip quite a lot. So what's the strengths, or what are Estonians famous for? So the so-called e-Estonia, we are very digitalized. So this is also, we have lots of study materials. So most of the courses have e-support. So and this is also very say helps you in your studies, definitely. So if you zoom in Estonia, so where we are located in Tartu, so which is a nice and quiet town. So it's a sort of combination the old heritage and also new and modern buildings. So in the upper picture we don't quite see Delta building, so it's a little bit off the left side of the screen. So and the lower picture is the town hall square. Okay, so the university was founded in 1932. So it was reopened later on and also reorganized as a University of Tartu in 1919. So we have two general goals. One of them is serving as a national university, and second part is serving as an international university. So it's called the flagship of Estonian science. So we can see that based on several international rankings, we have quite high ranks and steady rise in the past years. So, and also, as mentioned, so one thing is the serving as a national university, another thing is serving as an international university. So we can see that we have quite a lot international students, and especially in the Faculty of Science and Technology. So if you come here, besides studying, there's lots of other things to do, extracurricular activities. We have nice student organizations. We have nice workshops, hackathons, other things. So a little bit about the institute. So the institute is the Institute of Mathematical Statistics is actually a successor of Faculty of Mathematics and Statistics, which was created already in 1967. So in 2016, those two institutes of a previous faculty were joined together in an Institute of Mathematics and Statistics, and so this is where we are, and we are all from 2020 situated in the same Delta building with computer science and economics. So the study environment in the Delta building, as mentioned, and so as presented 8 student residences, and 4 out of them are very, very close. All the Narva buildings and also the Ratus building are very close to the Delta building. So, and the prices there are quite cheap, especially compared to the Western European prices. So, and finally, a short slide about all kinds of living costs. I'm not going over it. If you have time later on to pause it to check it, so it's things that might interest you. And if you have any questions, problems, if you want some additional information, just send me an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melis, for your presentation, for also introducing not only the program, but also living in Tartu, social aspects, because studying at the University of Tartu, it's not only about studying, it's also about the social life as well. If you have any questions to actuarial and financial engineering, please leave your questions in workshop, or you can also comment under our live stream in Facebook or YouTube. And then after the last talk, we are going to open Q&A session, and then we'll answer all of the questions. And right now, I'm going to give a floor to 2 of my colleagues, Kadri Ukrainsky and Ot Perna, that are going to introduce our new program, which is Entrepreneurship in Economic Policymaking. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to have you here, and of course, who else should provide entrepreneurial program in economic policymaking than Estonians? Yeah, you heard that Estonian government is very tech savvy. We have a lot of advances in our public services, but also we are generally very entrepreneurial. So I think one can surely say, or already in the light of recent events, that we are quite startup-minded government as a whole. So I think we have a lot to teach to the world, and that is what we are going to do with the program. So before we talk more about the program, let me introduce myself first, and then give floor to Ott to introduce Ott. So I'm economic professor here in Delta Building, and my field is innovation policy. All my life I have dealt with practical issues, advising Estonian government, different ministries, economic affairs, education and research, but also OECD and European Commission. But last 3 years of my life, I have actually dedicated into changing an old university faculty into a new startup-minded, student-oriented, practical and active community. So everybody is talking about quiet Tartu life. So my life has been dedicated to disturb this quiet life and offer many different events and practical exercises, international collaborations, etc. So, and I'm very happy to introduce to you Ott. And Ott is the second professor who is teaching in the new program. So Ott, please introduce yourself.
Hello from my side, hope you hear me. I'm in Italy currently, sorry not being present at the Delta Center, where I spent a lot of time while in Estonia. My name is Ott Pärna. I'm an entrepreneur and a visiting professor at the Delta Management School, and my focus is on innovation and entrepreneurship. And innovation and entrepreneurship in both the private sector, the third sector, or the NGO sector, as well as the government sector. I have a PhD in economics from the University of Tartu and a Master of Philosophy degree from Science and Technology Policy Research Center of the University of Sussex. The center was called SPRU. It's a main hub in Europe for science and technology policy research as well as innovation management. I've also studied in the University of Southern Denmark, as well as at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore, at the Singapore University. My professional background is twofold, or threefold, I would say. I used to be an innovation and technology policy expert at the Minister of Economic Affairs of Estonia. And later on, after coming back from England, I was the founding CEO of Estonian Development Fund, which used to be a state-owned venture capital fund as well as foresight unit. So we did different long-term economic policy studies for the future. And now, yes, I'm here partly at our center, at the Delta Center, and serving the Delta Management School. And also with Kadri, we have developed that program we are going to introduce to you.
All right. Thank you. So, as you probably have understood, this is not a typical student program we are looking for. So, to whom we are orienting this program and who we see as our students. So basically, if you have already a master program, then this program could serve you as a shortcut into the field. So you would have 1 year master program without doing another master thesis or other, general skills building subjects. So you will focus only on entrepreneurship, economics, and policymaking. So basically, if you have master program already and want to have a short program, this program is for you. Or alternatively, if you don't have master degree, but have bachelor degree and 5 years experience, work experience, then you also can apply, and we will evaluate your experience and decide based on that if you are fit for our program. What is also important to mention that this program, which is 1 year program, if taking all together, can be also taken in 3 different modules. And these modules are micro degrees, which give you some specific knowledge we will talk about a little bit later. And then you can also, maybe you want to learn some specific fields, then you can also have short modules as micro degrees. But I want to ask you, since you have had your whole life career in the public sector, so what kind of careers could our graduates pursue after they have finished this 1 year master program?
Okay, thanks, Kadri. Well, while developing the program, we had the future students in mind, their profiles and needs, as well as the overall changing and turbulent world around us, which is currently happening, and more widely as well. To put it into one sentence, when entrepreneurship in economic policy making program is an innovative, hands-on, practical one-year master's program for policymakers, practitioners, experts from consultancy business, as well as from international organizations. This is like to put it into one sentence. But more precisely, we are looking for today's and future public sector managers, top leaders as well. We look for middle managers in the public sector who are on the road to the top management positions. So it's a sort of a springboard for them. It can be a springboard. We're looking for policymakers and experts in the field of economic policy, industrial policy, innovation and technology policy, science and research policy. We're also looking for public sector professionals and managers who are taking sabbaticals, meaning year off, kind of re-educating yourself. Of course, experts and employees of different consultancy and auditing firms who are tackling public sector it could be a useful program for them. Well, who else? Today's and future politicians, for example, who are dealing with economics and research and innovation policies in their countries. Then, of course, staff and experts from different international multilateral organizations, the European Commission, the UN, the OECD, the World Bank, the IMF, all them could get useful input for their own career building through this program. And of course, today's and future managers and experts from different industry organizations. So we're also looking for people from the private sector who are dealing with the government or with the public sector from different angles. And of course, different managers, future managers of executive agencies, state foundations, state-owned enterprises. And as Katri said, as Kadri said, and myself as well, that we both have, and our team as well has background from the public sector from very many different angles, both working for the public sector as well as working with different consultancy companies and the multinational organizations serving the public sector. Then we kind of have quite good understanding what are the current challenges, especially that they are cross-disciplinary, they are not monodisciplinary, and we have developed the program around these challenges. So you are kind of a proper problem solver once you have finished our studies.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
To put it into theory, I can put it. Okay, I can put it into theory as well. For example, if there is a troika model of innovation in the public sector, and actually, if you want something to happen in the public sector, you need kind of power promoter at the top level, you need process promoter in the middle level who knows how to do it, and then you need kind of technology promoter at the lower level. So, and the program is kind of suitable for all these layers and activities in between of them. Thanks, Kadri, I give back to you.
Yes, okay, thank you. So you started already to talk about the content, and actually let's talk about now about the modules that we have. As said, we have 3 modules, and I will start with describing briefly the first module. So every manager in a small country knows that you cannot do without understanding the bright, wide world and how things are organized there. So our first module is oriented into explaining you how the modern global governance works, what are international governance trends, how are different cultural aspects impacting our everyday world of policymaking, and maybe also we go a little bit in depth into monetary fiscal policy and markets. And what I want to say is that we take everywhere the economist view. So we ask about costs and benefits, who is receiving what does it cost to produce all these services, how to manage in these international organizations, etc., etc. And how we plan to do it, of course, we will have textbooks, so you cannot escape textbooks in masterclasses. But we will also have Estonians and our international partners who have worked in high places in the World Bank, European Commission. We have one European commissioner on board, in IMF, etc. So you will actually hear firsthand how these organizations are working in practice, what are the policy challenges and governance trends firsthand from practitioners as well. Okay, Ott, what about the second module?
Well, the second module, we have called it Masterclass for Public Sector Entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship is not a monopoly of a private sector. We deeply believe that it's something which needs to be placed also in the public sector. And as we said before, it's also a separate nano degree. So basically, you can, from our university, you can take a nano degree of called as Masterclass for Public Sector Entrepreneurs. But what does it consist? Well, we're talking about leadership, storytelling, public entrepreneurship as such. What does it mean? We are talking a lot about innovation in the public sector, how different case studies, what people have made, what leads to innovation in public sector, what prohibits it, etc. When we are looking at economic and industrial policymaking, of course, as this is the core of a program. When we look at risks and crisis management in the public sector, as well as different methods how to solve different crises, because the types of crises are different, and toolbox to solve these crises are also toolboxes have different tools inside of them to solve these different problems. When we're talking about experimental economic policy, what does it mean? Well, come and study. We will tell you what it means. Of course, we're talking a lot about cross-institutional, cross-disciplinary management and leadership in the public sector. And that's why we're emphasizing so much the word leadership, because, I mean, if you're working cross-disciplinary, cross-institution, you can't really direct. You have to engage people, and you have to have a story to tell in order for others to join you or follow you. And then what else we are talking? We're talking about different economic policy and impact studies. This is a separate field for consultancy businesses, for example, as well as state auditors, for example. So, and then finally, practical case studies from around the world. How different people have led different changes in different fields, and what does it mean, entrepreneurship and innovation in the public sector in practice? We try to show you different case studies.
Yes, thank you. And I see the time is running very quickly, so I make a very brief review about our third module, which is economic policymaking in the digital age. So we will talk about Estonian, e-Estonian success story from the kitchen side, how it was made. We will talk about cybersecurity. We talk about digital public finance, etc., etc. All these practical issues public sector is dealing with, but with an Estonian view and practical examples. I cannot tell you more about it, but maybe a couple of words. What kind of methodologies do we use? What is our approach in teaching?
I would say that practicality is one of the key words, and definitely learning with the best and learning from the best is the key of a program itself. So in this way, it's a sort of elite. It's not only for elite, the program, but it's elite program from a perspective that we are really bringing in top-level experts from different countries, top-level practitioners as well as professors. So it's a Tartu University program, but we engage a lot of people from around the university and Europe, and even more widely, we have people from the UK, from the US, etc.
Yes.
Of course, the modularity of the program, but we said it includes 3 different nano programs, meaning that you will meet people who come to study also with nano programs. So we will have a sort of a perfect mix of different experiences inside the classroom, which is important, definitely.
Yes.
And then the program is such, it's surrounded by various international events that we are holding. For example, the Delta Friends Day, Delta Management Conference, the biggest business festival of the Baltics, Startup Day, which is annual business festival just next door to the Delta building. And perhaps finally, the Delta building, as you might have understood, is the Delta Management School is there, and we teach also economics. But we have also Institute of Computer Studies just next door. Now we have Institute of Mathematics and Statistics here now, and as well we have Institute of Technology and Robotics of the University of Tartu, meaning that you study actually around these people, and it's your opportunity to use it.
Okay, maybe just, I don't have time to talk about the details. Please stay tuned in our website and look the updated information about the program. The admission starts in September and the study program starts in February next year. But just as a final teaser to you, we have just signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the University of Toronto, where we start a program where we also will force you to develop the startups that try to do digital solutions for our society. We force you to consult them and work with them. So it is very much practical, hand-on public service development program. So stay tuned and see you hopefully next year.
Thank you very much, Ot and Kadri, for your discussion, for introducing your program. So if you have any questions about this program, I encourage you to leave your questions right now. And I'm pretty sure that if there are some questions left, you can always email to Kadri or Ot and ask them after the info session itself. So I guess it's the right time to open our Q&A session and then take the questions that we received from our participants of today's event. So the first question is going to be addressed to Melis. So it's a question about the career opportunities after graduating financial and actuarial engineering. So where can I work after graduation?
Address the topic as well. So the main places are also banks and insurance companies, and mainly from the point of view of the modeling. So you may be in a modeling team, model validation team, financial team, analytics team, these kinds of things. So you have the mathematical methods, and you have some knowledge for a practical setup where to use them as well.
The next question is actually addressed to Melis and Jan as well. So I cannot choose between quantitative economics and financial and actuarial engineering. Can I apply to both of them? What are the advantages of each program? Financial and actuarial engineering seems a bit harder. Maybe Jan, you can start, and then Melis.
Definitely, you can apply to both program, and during application you need to indicate your ranking, like which is the first one you're ranking and which is the second one. And the same applies to also any other programs. So that's a very simple question, and you can talk to us if you are in doubt and so on. Now also quantitative, maybe as the quantitative economics, the requirements to previous studies in mathematics and statistics is a little bit lower, and I think we have 15 credits. In Melis program it was about 24. So, but now also quantitative economics is quite mathematically also. So lots of mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is different indeed. So it's sort of more challenging, which is not bad. And I can actually cite former CEO of Ergo Insurance, Tarmo Koll, who I discussed about this at some time ago, and he said something like that in university it has to be more theoretical, because where would you get the theory or strong background if not in university? Because if you start working, then you're always going to apply all the stuff. So the more solid the more solid background you have before, the easier it will be afterwards.
Mm-hmm. May I also comment, because I'm teaching in one of the programs. So what I would say, I think economics program is also more targeted into understanding what that means, what is behind the mathematics, because we use math as a tool to understand economic processes. So in my class, the math is not so difficult, but rather the students are struggling in understanding whatever does that mean. Okay, so if we make some changes in taxation, what happens? What does it mean? What is behind the numbers? So I think this is like much more economic meaning-oriented program. So it's up to you if you like that more, or you like more numbers, calculating, financial, maybe analysis in depth, but broader economic meaning if you like, then you should come to quantitative economics.
I had the same impression with computer science, or in particular data science people, when I was reviewing the master thesis and see that, okay, I can calculate this or I can calculate that, okay, very nice, but what does it mean? That was sometimes really a problem for computer science people, and that's actually what we try to teach in economics, and where economists should be much stronger.
Yeah.
I would actually add that the inference part is a very important thing indeed. So because one thing is just calculating, but what we are also doing is what people tend to forget is what's the process of what are you actually doing. In a way, it's very easy to add your numbers or question in a software and get an answer and say that's it. But this is where it actually doesn't end. One thing is you should be very sure what did you actually ask, and then what you gonna do with the answer, because this is where it doesn't end.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for so detailed answer. We also have a question related to a new program. So when is the application deadline, and where can I find the information about the program?
The general information is on our School of Economics and Business Administration website already, but we will add more details because the application process is very short. It is 2 weeks in the beginning of September, very short, and we will advertise heavily because of this short period. And it is from 1st to 15th of September, and the program starts in February 2023. So stay tuned, we will advertise.
Thank you very much. We have a question to Jan about the motivation letter, and specifically to its video, CV part and essay. Could you please tell more about it and maybe give some tips?
Basically, you can check the websites. There are quite detailed description of what should be included in either of these. Basically, what are your previous studies related to mathematics and statistics? What are your career aspirations? Do you have any? What are your plans for master thesis and so on? And we always say that try to talk about yourself and not to have, let's say, about general statements what you found about Tartu University. But try to write about yourself. That is the most important thing.
Mm-hmm. Since we already touched the question about motivation letter, I see that there are more questions. So maybe, Melis, you can also comment a little bit how to write a successful motivation letter for your program.
Yeah, actually, this is why we created a short memo about it as well. So one thing, you should answer the main questions. So why are you going to the program? So what do you find appealing, and also describe what you have done before. And so this is sort of the main thing, so we can see, because as stated before, so we require math, so we don't want you to be struggling because the background isn't enough. So this is one thing. And the next thing is just explain why. So if there is always a competition, why should we choose you? So what makes you a good candidate? So this is a very, very common question for any motivation letter. So those are the main things.
Kadri or Ot, will the motivation letter will be also included to the admission process to the new program?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and we will, although, as Ot said, we will teach you a little bit about entrepreneurial storytelling, because obviously in public sector you have to convince everyone if you want to make some changes or new programs. But then in your motivation letter, you have to do a little bit storytelling about yourself, your interests, why you want this program, why you will suit to this program. So we are looking very much forward to having very nice stories about potential public entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Perhaps, just to add, perhaps you can add something about what you will bring to the program. What is your profile? What is the added value by you to the program? Because as we have experienced people around you, everybody would contribute a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually add a little bit. So one thing is the requirements, the course requirements. But if it's quite close there, then if you have a related background already in the field, so you have worked there, or you have taken any courses which are actually not in your academic transcript, those also can be taken into account. So we can consider them as a bonus for that. So we can see that the fit is better.
No, for instance, many students take online course, let's say Data Camp or Coursera could matter. Or for instance, let's say you fell short of our eligibility requirements regarding previous studies. Then you can also mention, let's say, some Coursera courses, for instance. And generally, as the motivation letter, anything that is important, let's say previous studies abroad in other universities, exchange semesters, or internships, or in particular internships that are relevant for the particular program. Let's say some analytical work, or let's say previous presentations in students' conferences, for instance. No, anything like this that could be relevant and distinguish you from the other applicants.
I guess also it opens another question about prerequisite courses to apply to quantitative economics or previous qualifications. Maybe Jan, you can also tell a little bit more about it.
No, shortly, we require previous studies in mathematics and statistics. And generally, we also looked on all quantitative subjects. Let's say if you studied, I don't know, physics in the past, that also matters. Or let's say somebody has very strong mathematics background, but not really so much in statistics. I will check the transcript, but that need not to be a problem. And we have also, in addition to economists, we have people from business studies. No, they manage quite okay. Don't be worried if you studied business, not economics. Or we had some of our best students came from computer science, and who are now like one of my previous master students, Diana Gabrielian, who is now my PhD student, doing PhD in economics. And we are also students from fields like previously studied engineering, for instance, and one of our best students actually studied previously sociology. So don't be worried if you come from some other fields and in economics. And as always said, that if you in doubt whether you satisfy our requirements, just send me your transcripts. I check your transcripts, and if something I don't understand, I will write back and ask maybe a couple of questions.
I guess Meelis already indicated the pre-required qualifications for actuarial and financial engineering, and on the slide there were also the courses.
Yes, and I also agree to all what Jan just said, because this is a sort of same thing for us, and this is what we mentioned earlier, that if you come in a slightly different field, then you can just add extra from online courses. There's so many possibilities, and that can be taken into account.
What about our new program, Kadri and Ott? Would you have any requirements to a bachelor's or master's degree?
No, actually, we don't have field-wise any requirements. So you have to be, or you have to have master degree already, or bachelor degree with 5 years work experience. So these are the requirements actually. Because you see, in public sector, you actually have very different fields. So you have environmental, you have innovation, you have economic policy, you have social policy. So there can be people with various backgrounds, and very often it happens that as a young student, you actually do not think that you are going to work for a government. You know, you never think that you will be prime minister, right? But it happens somehow, right? And that you end up in working with government, and then you do not have very often these skills to do changes, to offer new innovations, to offer new public services, and this is the gap where we want to help you and give this economic meaning to these things.
Thank you very much. The next question is to actuarial and financial engineering. I'm from a non-European Union country. Can I get a scholarship for this program?
The country was
non-European.
Not European. So I think it's in the scope. So if it's in European Union, then definitely. So all European Union countries. If this is.
Thank you very much. Next question we have to Jan. Thank you for your insights so far. I have a brief question. Can I, as a future one-semester exchange student, participate in some classes of the MA in quantitative economics?
Exchange, I'm not sure I understood the question, but definitely you can take, was the question that if you take a semester abroad and then also study in Tartu?
I think, from my perspective, it's an exchange student who is coming to Tartu.
Oh, yes, definitely one can take, and actually exchange student in Tartu. Now you can also take any courses, but now then you also need to check basically what you studied previously and how it matches your program. But definitely for exchange students, all quantitative economics program courses are opened. And so we have also the Erasmus students. General University, I think there is some list of courses that are available for Erasmus students, but that actually includes each and every quantitative economics course, so no problems.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. We have a question probably to Kadri. You have mentioned the collaboration with Toronto. Does it mean that we are going to receive a double degree and we'll spend half of our studies abroad?
No. Actually not, because, you know, it is a one-year master program. The Memorandum of Understanding with Toronto concerns a creative destruction lab program. And this is actually something that you have in many universities no access to. So this is very top-level program which takes in startups all over the world, and our stream will be in societal solutions. So technology startups dealing with societal solutions. And now what happens is that the mentors and scientists come all over the world, from Toronto University, from United States, from University of Oxford, from HIC Paris, and they together with our master students help to shape the focus of these startups, help to improve their pitches, to get more funding, help to solidify their financial plans, etc., etc. So you will be working as a master student in helping these startups. So you will work for the top-level startups and get the experience.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I only wanted to add about the double degree program. So that's MA Quantitative Economics. We are in the process of establishing double degree program with Kent University in Belgium, which is actually quite top in university. I think in top 100 in world ranking. And we have also Erasmus Mundus master's program that is integrated with quantitative economics. Basically, in this Erasmus Mundus international economics program, students study first in Paris, Italy, or Xiamen, China, then in Belgium, in Kent University, and then they can go either to Chile, Spain, or some other place. But Tartu was the most popular. So many of these EGE international economic students will also come to Tartu and also are integrated into quantitative economics.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I guess Ott wanted to say something as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Kadri that this University of Tartu is just one of the universities we are cooperating. So we are cooking the meal from different fields of knowledge and different knowledge hubs globally. For example, we have a program with Wharton Business School from University of Philadelphia, which is one of the #1 business schools. So depending on the area you are studying, we have connections to different foreign universities and kind of external professors who are teaching to you are also with foreign backgrounds from these universities. So don't be afraid of not receiving a double degree. Actually, you get more by coming to Tartu. And just to add to Meelis said that Tartu is a small town. Actually, it's a university town at its best. It's not a city, it's not London, but it's something like Boston. Or if you really want to spend your time surrounded by different other students. We have 2 big universities actually in Tartu. So there are a lot of students. It's basically a student town. So you will have your student life once you come there.
Yes, we also are hosting our...
Agreed.
Yes.
I just agreed, obviously.
We also hosting our discussion session with students from Quantitative Economics and Actuarial and Financial Engineering after this session. So they're going to share their experience, how they feel about Tartu and their life here as well. So yes, we can move to the next question. And the next question is about work experience. So is work experience in financial institutions taken into account during the admissions process? Maybe Meelis.
Well, again, as I mentioned, so it can support you, so especially if, say, the courses you're a little bit short in courses, then we can take that into account. And also, if the requirements are fulfilled, then the work experience in a related field adds together. So we ask for a motivation letter. In a motivation letter, you explain what you have done. So if you also add this experience in there, then it sort of strengthens your position in that sense.
No, I can definitely add that mention any work experience. Now, of course, some students report some kind of volunteer activities or any work. Now, you can mention anything, but of course, it's most usually if it's somehow related to the goals of the program. But it could be also, let's say, internship, past internships that should be mentioned in your CV.
We have also a question about scholarships for new program, if entrepreneurship program offers any scholarship or tuition waivers. And also another question, how much is the tuition fee?
Yes, I didn't have time to discuss the tuition fee. So the tuition fee for the whole program is actually 6,000 euros. So 1 year, 6,000 euros. So it is well placed in the middle of such competitive programs around Europe. So we are not too cheap, but we are also not too expensive. So we currently do not have any tuition waivers, but we are actually working very hard to get some partners who could provide scholarships for our students. And of course, since all the public sector agencies are looking for good workers, then maybe we are successful and can advertise specific scholarships as well.
Thank you. There is a question also about the GPA, if it's important in the application process and what average GPA should I have in order to apply. Maybe, Kadri, you can start. If it's going to be important for your program, the average grade from the previous education.
For our program, it's not going to be important. We will decide basically based on your experience, based on your motivation. And of course, if you have a master degree, then based on motivation letter only. So we will not look at grades. Yeah.
I would like also to add that we don't have a minimum GPA at the university, so you can apply to any program. However, for some programs, maybe Jan can continue if it's important.
GPA is important, but to the extent possible, we always try to look what is behind the GPA and be flexible. No, I look also not general GPA, but also let's say quantitative subject, or consider that. No, let's say if all grades are just passed, it looks a little bit suspicious. But let's say, if you have let's say 1 or 2 grades, it really doesn't matter. Like maybe you had some bad relations with some professor or something specific. No, that's not so important. So that we try to look always be also behind the grades to understand what is there, and not just look on only one number.
Meelis?
Well, this is also why we actually have the proportion of GPA is just 40% and the motivation letter is 60%, so we can take into account flexibly all the other considerations. I also want to say that although we don't have actually a minimum level of GPA, we actually have a minimum level of the total. So if the GPA is very low and also the motivation letter isn't doing very good, then there's still a possibility so you need to acquire a certain threshold there.
Thank you very much for pointing it out. It's very important in the application process. So we have a question to Jan, to quantitative economics. Could you tell a little bit more about the courses that are taught within quantitative economics? Are there more discussion-based or lecture-based? How much practice will we have?
Yes. Now basically, we tried to start with basic courses in mathematical statistics that also taught by some colleagues of Meelis, and mathematics, because naturally we check his background, but still it's relevant to start from the basis, because you can't build the walls or the roof if you don't have the lower part of the house. Then after that we have courses, of course, in we start with econometrics versus microeconometrics, then time series econometrics, then we also first semester start on microeconomics, because it's also quite the basis courses, and so then we will move into macroeconomics and some other courses. And so already in second year is kind of a more election, like international trade, economic policy analysis, and so on. And also sometimes we try to make lectures more interesting. Sometimes we try to have also some visiting professors to have a little bit of change and maybe telling one or two lectures. Like in my course we had like chief economist of our largest commercial banks, Swedbank, Tõnu Mertsina, talked basically what is going currently in the economy during COVID and so on. Then we had sometimes people from Eesti Bank, let's say last 2 years ago, actually the former governor or president of our central bank made introductory lecture on monetary policy. So I think it's not very many possibilities where a former governor teaches, former governor of the central bank teaches monetary policy, but we have had such cases. And so it's just some examples.
There is a very related question about Estonian language, if Estonian language is a part of the curriculum and if it's required to learn Estonian by graduating the program.
No, I can say that basically we are currently more and more encouraging international students to learn Estonian language. So taking word by word, it's not compulsory. Now I would word that it's a little bit, it depends, it's a little bit program specific also, but I would word that it's a little bit kind of a semi-compulsory. So that it's not really required, but you can take Estonian courses towards elective modules. So it differs across programs, but many programs have this approach. And generally, we have very many international companies in Estonia where working language is English. So it's in private sector, absolutely no problem, because many of these companies operate in many countries. Internal working language is English. Now it might be more of an issue if you're looking into a public sector, where actually Estonian might be required, and where it has been in the past problem. Like one of our leading think tank, social science research, was managed by my brother, and he interviewed one of our graduates, and then tried to look at, okay, after 2 years you can't really speak Estonian, but try to have then to go to a public sector, it would be nice to have at least a little bit of, let's say, everyday spoken language or something like that. No, that's basically the public sector. But for the public sector, yes, some knowledge of Estonian might be useful. But in the private sector, in very many companies, internal working language is English, and then absolutely no problems if you don't know Estonian.
Maybe Kadri or Ot, you can also comment.
Yes, I can comment. In our program, the Estonian language course is elective, so you can take it. But we will put you together with Estonian students. So you will have a group of Estonian practitioners, Estonian students, and international students and international practitioners. So probably you will learn at least to talk a little bit. And of course, within 1 year, the expectations are not that high. But I think so far my experience with international students has been that they like to learn this new weird language, and they try to even speak to me in Estonian, so I'm very happy about that. So
I can also add one comment from my personal experience when I studied in Germany. Basically in Germany with 2 months I learned more German language than in Estonia with 3 years. So being here in the environment is really very efficient way to learn.
Yes. Yeah, definitely, and it's a good way to integrate in the society, especially depending on the career paths and plans after graduation. Meelis, do you have something to add? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just wanted to add that basically knowing some Estonian would help you also in pub crawling around Tartu. We have a lot of pubs as well, so it makes the social life much easier. And I've studied, for example, in Denmark. It's the same. I mean, I learned a little bit of Danish as well, and it made my life easier in Denmark. So don't be afraid of Estonian, but it's not a sort of compulsory that you need to be fluent in Estonian in order to get to study innovation in public sector, for example.
Thank you very much, Meelis.
Well, in our program, it's quite the same. So we have one elective Estonian course. You obviously can't learn all Estonian in one course, but this is just, well, a starting point. You can take more. So it's sort of up to you. It's encouraged. It's not compulsory.
I guess we will take last question for this Q&A session, and the question will be about working and studying at the same time. So basically, can I work and study at the same time? Would you recommend it? And can I finance myself by working in Estonia? Maybe Meelis, if you can start.
Well, we sort of, because the situation is such that in our program, students already tend to study. So the students that come from our bachelors, they also get jobs in the end of bachelor. So then we assume that. So we're not particularly encouraging it. So I actually don't suggest to work with very, very high level. So let's say about partial up to 1/2 or so. But the tuition is organized in such a way that it's actually possible. So we have usually 3 days of tuition. So they are very tough days, but still it leaves you usually Monday and Friday to do other stuff.
Jan?
No, as I said, that's a reality that students work. As Meelis told, that sometimes as university professors, we don't encourage it, but on the other hand, we understand that this is a reality. And as to quantitative economics, now we always say that, let's say, first year is kind of more tough, and then it's more less time. And actually, second year, it's already a little bit easier. It's more time also for working. And as said, Meelis said also that part-time work would be, of course, better, but it's one of my students also claimed in Facebook that he has 2 jobs and still managed to complete all courses successfully and now doing thesis. And so some people are very, very capable. So.
The more you do, the more you can manage. Kadri or Ot?
Yes, our program is actually meant for working people. So the sessions are mostly once in a month, 4 hard days in a row. And then, of course, if you have CDL sessions, so where you consult the startups, and we have, you can yourself, then in group works, in different discussions, you can determine your schedule. So it can be entirely on weekends or evenings, so as you decide. So yes, our program is meant for working people. And actually, we have 1-year program, but you can take it by parts or part-time. So you can actually have this 1-year program dragged into 1.5 years. So no pressure, because we understand that it is hard.
Thank you.
Yes. To add to Kadri, as it's a mid-career program what we are having at the management school, when sometimes your employer might also finance your studies, or they have perhaps sent you to these studies. Yeah. Or if they want to upgrade your position at the ministry somewhere or in an international organization, they might finance it as well, and they might give you a sort of part-time sabbatical or something that you can study, because you need to put some efforts to studies as well, otherwise you won't get why you came.
Yes.
So the choice is yours, basically.
Definitely, but the studies should be in priority.
Absolutely.
Yes. So thank you very much, everyone, for being with us during this session. Thank you, our dear speakers, for presenting your programs. Please don't forget the application deadline for Quantitative Economics and Actuarial and Financial Engineering, which is in 2 weeks, and you can still apply by 15th of March. And don't forget to check in information about our new program and then apply in September and join us as well. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for asking your questions. We are going to follow up you all of the slides and recordings from today. And then if you still have questions remain, you still can contact our managers via email. And right now, please don't leave us, because shortly we are going to host a student discussion session, and we will see you soon.
Hi, and welcome back to Open Doors Week. My name is Vincent. I'm here with another student discussion round, this time with two wonderful gentlemen from the Business Analysis, Economics, and Mathematics programs. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves for me? Artur, would you like to start?
Hello, my name is Artur. I'm originally from Pärnu, the summer capital of Estonia. I'm not that international here, but I came here to study in the Actuarial and Finance Engineering master course.
Hello, I'm Carlos. I am from Costa Rica. I am part here of the Quantitative Economics program and moved to Estonia almost a year and a half ago. So always been living here in Tartu. So very nice.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Also, to anybody watching at home, if there are any questions for these two, you can put them in the chat, and we'll take a look at those as well. So we'll just dive right in here. Carlos, you said you were part of the actuarial and financial engineering. Sorry,
that's me.
That's you.
That's me.
Okay. So could you tell us a little bit about the program and maybe why you decided to go into that field?
So for me, I'll start why I chose the program. It was in my second year of bachelor's, we had the actual actuaries come in from different insurances and describe what actuaries do. And that's when my eyes light up. I got really excited about the field, and I decided to come here. And this is the best place. Everybody has finished it in who are actually working as actuaries in real world have finished this exact course and came here, and they said, yeah, just go here, finish this course, you'll be able to do any actuarial job. But also I keep getting finance stuff. I keep getting roped into finance studies, and that's really great too. All the experience in the world is great to have.
Awesome, yeah. And Carlos, would you like to tell us a little bit about quantitative economics and kind of how you got into it?
Of course. Funny thing, my background is in electronics engineering. Had nothing to do with economics, but as more working experience I gather, the more I realized that I wanted to do something related to data analysis, data science, understanding better how to make decisions based on data. So then I realized I needed more background, more theoretical background and more practice and get into the world. So I started doing some research about different master programs, and I found the one University of Tartu being one of the best ones. And from there, applying through Dream Apply in Estonia was quite easy. And just at some point quit my job and found myself in Estonia.
Yeah. Is there a specific reason that you chose Estonia, or was it just because the program looked so attractive?
I chose the program, honestly, and then from there I started looking at the country. Costa Rica is a country that has a lot of nature, and to me it was really important to also have that connection still. And Estonia is a country that has 50% of forest, of it is completely filled with forest and place that you can walk and see many things. So that definitely weighted a lot, and you have a good program and a very good place to live. So definitely I'm here for that.
Yeah, definitely. And I know, Artur, you're from Estonia, but I wanted to ask you, just on your perspective, coming from Barnu, what do you think about Tartu? How do you like living in the city?
So the cities in Estonia are quite different. Pärnu is known for its beaches. Tartu is known for the people in Tartu. It's all about the students here. The first time I came here, I already felt that this city is different. It has something in the air that's not quite like Pärnu or not quite like Tallinn. And as I've been here for 5 years, I understand it's the students who make the life in Tartu what it is.
Yeah. Are there any specific activities you'd maybe done with the student organizations or programs that you really like in Tartu, or do you think it's just the people and the vibe of the city?
Well, the things that most catch your eye is the corporations, the different student corporations spread all over the city. But the most notable event that happens twice a year is this. In Estonia, it's tudengipäevad. It's basically an event for all university students to participate, have fun, take a week off from studying, basically.
Yeah, great. I think I'll ask you the same question, Carlos. Do you think there's any extracurriculars, anything you've done kind of involved outside of your program that you've really enjoyed here in Tartu?
Yes, actually it's one of the ways that you can get used to the city and used to the change. Remember the first couple of weeks that I came here, I started seeing a lot of Facebook ads about the ESN, the Erasmus Student Network. Even though I'm not Erasmus, it was a great place to go and meet people. They organized some activities, but I also found different hobbies, either from hikes or dancing groups also that I just joined, and things that keep you busy also outside of school. It's also important, and definitely I was able to find them here in Tartu, especially in the Kesklin, in the city center. So
yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunities for students here just to get outside of their comfort zone, do things like that.
Definitely, for sure.
Is coming to Estonia, have you really experienced, I mean, you're a long way from home, have you experienced any culture shock, or maybe are there any Estonian traditions that you're really fond of?
Well, that's a great question. For sure, definitely part of the culture shocks is that Estonians are really direct. They speak their minds. And well, in Latin America, you normally ask hey, how are you? And then they try to talk, and they definitely, Estonians reply and they tell you how they are. That's something really that found really interesting to see how we are different in this part. But also, some things that I really like is the food. Yeah. All the desserts that they have recently was a basla-kukel and basla-paev. I think it's my favorite season of all the time. And then I just try to collect these buns with whipped cream and jam and everything. I just try to go to different cafes and see which one has the best at the end, and just do a prize for those.
That's awesome.
I'll just add to that. It's actually kind of a catch them all situation in Tartu. So you try to find your specific small cafe that has the best vastlakukkel in town. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So you guys are doing an English talk program. Would you say, maybe Artur, as an Estonian, would you say that your program is very international, and maybe have you gotten different perspectives maybe on the subject, or maybe just from people you know based on how international your program is?
So I'll say that much, that having taken bachelor's here in Estonian and going into a course that's purely in English, you see how different some professors teach the subject. They're very thoughtful when they choose words, because there are many different ways to say one thing about the variable, but you have to choose the right word to say it, because otherwise somebody might misunderstand you, and that's why professors really take their time when preparing courses and making sure everybody will understand what's actually written or said. But additionally, the change in language, it shocked me the first semester I took. It was really different. I had to readjust to think in English actually all the time, not jump between Estonian and English.
And that's probably true for a lot of people coming here as English is their second language. They're probably dealing with some of the same things you do. Do you maybe have any tips or tricks for people studying in their second language?
For me, the thing that helped the most was getting to the place where you can hear like faster than you can, or you can process what's said faster than you can hear it. So since most of the professors are quite slow speakers, you'll have time to process it. And when they start a new sentence or a new statement, you start picking up on things in that statement. So just practice listening to English and understanding what is actually said.
Yeah. And Carlos, maybe just to expand on that, do you think there's a big difference studying in Estonia compared to where you've studied previously, or maybe school back in where you're from?
Sometimes I can feel that university could be similar in many countries, but when you see the whole city vibrating around the university, I think it's something that really is different from where I'm from. You have a big campus in my country, but then you come here and the whole city is around the university. So I consider that the environment that you are immersed into motivates all these startups, all these ideas, all these events that the university facilitates students to be part of, and then they can expand their knowledge in different activities that is not just related to the career. That is a big difference for me. So I think that's really valuable.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of stay focused when all the whole city and all the other students around you are kind of focused on that as well. So we talked a little bit about life in Tartu and stuff. I mean, you guys said that it was very student-centered, very around your studies. Now, can I ask you, what is the hardest part about your program for you?
Okay. In this case, I cannot speak for everybody, but what I saw was most difficult for me was coming from a background that is not in economics. So I basically had to relearn everything, what a derivative is from electronics, but what it means in economics. So that is a different meaning. And also the terminology, for example, I think the best advice in that part is you have to read and try to get out of this comfort zone that you already did, and try to read and try to Google many things that you don't know and ask questions. I think something really incredible. Professors here are super open and they are really willing to share their knowledge and resolve questions, even during COVID times, emails, etc. So I think that would be something I have to highlight in this part.
Yeah, awesome. Artur, I'll ask you the same question.
For me, the most difficult part in my course is the depth we go to. Like, some of the courses are pretty theoretical, and you have to be able to get the concept, but also be able to formulate your own ideas based on the concept. So it's not just about understanding; it's about being able to apply what you learn actually.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. And would you guys say that you have a lot of independent study time? Like, are you able to kind of grasp the concepts, like you said, on your own in class, or do you think that there's a lot of work that goes into your specific programs that's on your own time outside of the classroom?
Well, it depends.
It's personal.
Yeah, I think it depends of the number of credits and subjects that you would like to take. One very nice thing from the university is that you can take also courses from other programs. Then if you have a lot of courses that you have to go into class all of them have their level of complexity. So that is going to be reflected in the amount of time that you invest extracurricular time outside of the classroom. Some courses are more difficult than others, but just like for everybody, some courses could be easier for other people. So I would say that just plan your schedule, make sure that you are comfortable with the number of hours you want to invest in this, and take it from there.
Yeah. What I have noticed so far is that although the courses say that you're going to put that much time into it, it's not always true. You sometimes even find a way to integrate courses with each other. So, for example, right now I'm taking GLM and general linearized models and just linear models, and I get to study similar thing, but also integrate them because they can produce the same thing. But the outcome, the way you specify it or say what it is, it's very similar for both those courses. So you have to find a way to integrate and make the load smaller, but also you have to be prepared to do the work, to put in hours studying at the book.
Yeah. So with these kind of schedules that you guys lay out for yourselves, do you think that there's time for, or are there internships or work opportunities kind of offered, or do you think you have time for them while studying in your program?
I'll start with that. I'm right now a part of the Industrial Masters program. So this basically means that I'm working part-time. Right now, a little less as the time goes on, and I get more free time from school. I don't have to take so many courses. I get to up the load on the work. But you find the time to integrate your studies, your work, and most important thing is that while you're studying, and you get to do the work that's in the same field. Yeah. You can just take what you just learned in the course and put it into work on real data. That's the best learning opportunity at all.
Yeah, that you're actually learning something that's practical and can directly relate it to your work life. That's great. And Carlos, the same question to you.
Yeah, last semester I decided to apply for a role. I started also part-time, and balancing it also depends on everybody. I actually started university and then got the job, so I was caught in the middle of, okay, I put all the courses I could and now I need to deal with this. But then you kind of have to find the time to balance everything, and I think it's doable. I think something really valuable was that the first year I was really focused on the studies. So I was managing to take the course load and everything, so I get used to that rhythm. So when you started jumping into taking a part-time job, then you have the chance to also have a good background from last year and a cadence that you already used to. So I think that really helped. And this semester, I'm working full-time, doing also my thesis at the workplace I'm working at. So I think that is really helpful.
Awesome, yeah. And I know that you guys touched briefly on how helpful the staff were, but I wanted to ask, what do you guys think about the facilities and also the staff here at the University of Tartu? Is it conducive to your learning, or maybe not so much?
I say that much. The new Delta building is amazing for studying in. It's you just come in at any time, you find the room you want to be in. Even a free classroom is okay to go in and just write on a blackboard and do all what you want in the room, and just find the place, sit down and do your job. This is really great. But this is also spread all throughout the city. You can go to the university library. There's plenty of space there as well. I've done this multiple times when studying for exams. Just get out of the home I guess space and work somewhere else that this focuses you better. And library is one of those places for me.
Oh yeah, there definitely are a lot of places. And yourself, Carlos?
Yeah, I agree. I think the university building is brand new. You cannot expect anything better than that. And I didn't have the chance to see the old facilities, but this one here is amazing. Everything is where it has to be. The technology is perfect. People during COVID, I think the university was in a perfect position to teach classes online.
Yeah.
And that really help the students, and seeing all the investment that the people of Estonia have done in the university here, it's something that we take advantage with, and you see that reflected in the quality of the courses that we take.
Yeah, awesome. Artu, you had something to say?
Yeah, I wanted that I was able to see the old facilities and study there 3 years, and it was just like a cramped building where everybody was always rushing and going somewhere to do some class, but you never knew where to go.
So in other words, you could feel the history, right?
Yeah, it's great that this new building is so open, and you find this air in here, that's the space that's available for you.
And that explains the big arrows in the walls.
Yeah, and then I wanted to ask you guys, once you do finish your degree and your studies here, what are your plans for once you graduate? Artur, do you want to start out?
Since I'm doing the industrial masters, and I came to this study course with one goal in mind. It's to become an actuary, and I'm gonna do everything I can do what's in my power to become an actuary, and the best one there is.
Yeah, awesome.
It's very nice. I really like the field of behavioral economics. And how people make decisions and how that impact their choices and their daily life. That's definitely an area I want to excel and try to learn more. I would love to stay in Tartu. I really like the city. I really like the environment. And if I can stay here longer, then I would definitely like to do that.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my next question, but I guess I'll throw it over to Artur. Do you think you're going to possibly stay in Tartu or just stay in Estonia?
I'm definitely going to stay in Estonia because this is my home place. I feel so at home here. I like any time I go abroad, I just want to come back because this is really homely place for me. And speaking of Tartu, I really would want to stay in Tartu, but we'll see what life opportunities come up. So where I'll have to move, but I really hope I'll get to stay in Tartu.
Yeah. Definitely. Awesome. So we're running a little short here on time, boys. But thank you so much for joining me. I wanted to ask you guys one last question. If you have any kind of closing thoughts about your programs that you want to share to maybe prospective students, or just something you'd like to say and you didn't get it off your chest.
I would recommend to always take a look at the program, take a look at the courses, but also take a look at other programs. I have taken courses from your career that are not part of my program, and also from computer science that I just use to complement the areas I am really interested in going, and the university gives that opportunity. So take that chance, take the leap. Don't be afraid of the Estonian winter, actually. You just buy a good jacket and some boots and then you're good to go. But anything else, people are amazing, and the place is amazing also.
Well, yeah, and you also kind of went into a new field with your thing, and you were able to take that chance, so you're kind of living proof of it right there.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
So I'll add to what you said. It's so when you take a course here, like that's your main focus, but that doesn't have to be your only focus. You can like take all courses from any other institute that you fancy. If you want to learn more languages, you have this opportunity here. If you want to learn more computer science courses, you have this here. Anything that interests you, that tickles your fancy, you can find it here. Yeah. They're most likely a course for it.
Yeah, even if you're willing to travel, there's institutes in each Estonian city. So yeah,
there's even a course for knitting, for God's sake.
Yeah, but there's the institutes in Narva and Pärnu and Tallinn. So there's literally anywhere you want to do. So appreciate that. But I think that will do it for this discussion round. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you had a good time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you
so much.
Yeah. So that will do it for this discussion round. Thank you so much for listening and hearing our thoughts about these programs here. That's going to be the last discussion round for the day. So we'll finish up here. So thank you very much for listening. Goodbye.
Our own online Open Doors Day came to an end. Thank you very much for being with us these 4 exciting days where we managed to introduce or conduct 14 info sessions dedicated to our international bachelor's and master's programs. We also had 10 student discussions of our current students who are enrolled to these international programs, who shared their experience of studying these programs and living in Estonia. Apart from that, we also showed you how our buildings look like, so you were able to see our online campus tour around the University of Tartu. We sincerely hope that you enjoyed our event, our 4 days of the Open Doors Week, and that you received lots of useful information that will help you in your admission process or in your future studies. If you still have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact any of the program managers or students who were participating in this event. We're also going to follow up with all of the slides that were introduced during this week and also with the recording. So in case you missed any of the information, you will be able to rewatch our videos, our info sessions, and our online tours. But all in all, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for asking your question. Thank you for your participation. We were happy to organize this event, and hopefully we did our best and you enjoyed it. I wish you a nice evening. Bye.